Hello? Okay, everything is working. Well, I am slightly off center. There, centered. So, wait, let me turn off the music because we don't need it anymore. I realize now I should have probably thought of what I was going to do at the start of stream or say, but I didn't. So, hello, it is me, the Gavin, and yeah, Limbusi, Bear sits, yeah. So, hello Kibo, hello Roy, hey Re. Do I call you by like Ryochi? Do I call you by the other name or do I just call you Geen? Also, hey Ren. Anyway, I have a sort of. Tom works. Okay, hello Tom. Kiba says Tom exclamation mark exclamation mark. So, low. Yeah, I exist. I had a Tom was like Tom, like the things you take when your belly aches. The Tom. Never mind. I have a sort of special silly for this next canto because Tim Tam. Yeah, Tim Tams. Because I knew it was going to be a canto I was actually gonna stream supposedly all the way from the start until its conclusion. So, as a pre-canto silly, I made this. Which, as you guys can see, is just a bingo sheet of my predictions of what might happen this canto because I thought it would be funny and to further drive the funny haha viewer engagement because I guess that's what streamers are supposed to do. I made it extra special and it should be working to the point that even you guys in chat can participate via the link. So just join, create your own or generate your own bingo sheet and we'll be filling as the canto goes on and according what happens. Now, normal bingo tradition is that the first person who gets bingo gets a prize. However, I'm broke and I didn't think this through all the way, so I don't really have a prize. But that's something for future me to worry about. Yeah, just make sure to either take a screenshot or save it because I'm not sure if you reopening the site generates a new one or if you're stuck with the one that you already have. So yeah, it's best to just save it somewhere safe. Sniff narf. Yeah. Is there any other announcement? Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna stream again next week, also this day, because the next story patch comes on Wednesday, and Thursdays are the day I usually stream, and sometimes Tuesdays, and this really strikes me. So we'll have 2 more weeks of this general silliness, I guess. So you have that to look forward to or to not look forward to. I can't tell what you guys are supposed to do. You have your own free will. Anyway, to start this stream, I also wanted to do another. Oh yeah, the bingo is still on screen. Let me just. You go away for now. It will be relevant later. To start the stream, I was questioning yesterday after downloading the new patch because had demons of what to do in relation to this. Because as you guys can see, 2 new IDs dropped, and at the start of each canto, the first packed IDs that drop are always, well, most likely, related to the first segment of the story boss. As we have seen with Twin Hooks Gregor was the first one that dropped from Ishmael's canto, and that was the first boss. We had N-Corp Mersault, which was the first ID that released ever, at least 3 stars. And that was the first kind of big boss of Canto 3. And yeah, so I've been wondering whether to pull it or not because Gregor. And that's it really. But I also have been saving for the Orc Knight event. Because it's coming over once and then it's probably disappearing. Oh yeah, I still have the April Fool's gift. And I've been really unsure if I should pull or not. On one hand, I want to pull because new ID isn't funny. That one of that's just insanely rich. I am not. Excuse you. I just hoard. If it's premium currency, Kara wants to go vroom vroom. Yeah, if it's premium currency, I will hoard it like my life depends on it. If it's just things you need to use to upgrade your characters, I will not hoard, unlike a certain shifty eye fucker in the audience, let's say. Because character strong makes the brain go burr. So, as an additional side silly, it's not, yes, spin. I decided as of this moment to do an extra thing, which is just because I'm better making decisions, so why not make the decision via a third party? And by a third party I mean the will. So, this is what we're doing. Either spin and spend 20 pulls, or I do not pull, and whatever lands on, I have to live with that answer. So I'm gonna wait until it's all the way in the middle of this so it feels fair and balanced, and then I'm gonna press. Yeah, no, I kinda expected this. We're gambling. Can I close? Yeah, I can close this. Wait, no, that's for later. Extract. He's feeding the voices. Never stop gambling, children. I'm not big enough for your stream to care about what I say, so I don't think I can get bonked for reading what you guys say out loud. So yeah, never stop gambling. It can only lead to great things. It would be funny if it just popped up in the first one though. Oh look, 2, 3, as always. And last one per agreement. Oh. Oh, wait, that's an eagle. Wait. And that's a free. Wait, maybe streamer luck does exist. Let's do it just the way that builds the most engagement by going through the small ones at first. No Gregory yet. Heathcliff. Dawn. Rhodia. Or Rhodion. Ryoshu. Rhodion again. Technically eagles are harder to get, but I feel like the 3 stars I think were after someone packing the eagle first. I kinda hope it's marriage Aww. Wait, no, this is really good for... But I thought it was the last banner, last season. So it wasn't... Oh, that's a welcome surprise. That's a really good eagle for specifically poise and pride poise. Because that's the better version of fluid sex specifically for that team. So... I mean, inside the Rhodion, Gregor, or another 3-star of the menus that I don't have. I mean, it is a Gregor. I guess streamer luck is both a blessing and a curse. Oh yeah, now it shows up at the... Yeah, now it shows up at the top. Breathe. Because this... Wait, no. What? Tremble, pride. Should equip this eagle, which is for a culture, or the non-nerd named chest pain, because that's just the symptom of chest pain, is a really, really good poise and pride eagle. That also heals for a lot because of Nebulizer A. Nebulizer Alpha, I mean. So this is just in Pride team specifically better than Fluid Sac. Although it does not give SP, which is the one detriment. Yeah. Recently I saw people posting in the FOP server as well. This season 4 is back, and I kinda missed out on season 4, specifically Contempt Awe, which is kind of really good for Bleed because my Bleed team is missing that. But most importantly, I completely missed the time killing time event when it was out, so now I can get these two. And most importantly, I can get Bride Faust. Because, you know, time duck. And I am kinda missing it for a lot. And it's really good on Tremor. And I already have... See, I really need this Honglu. And then... this Honglu Eagle. But also... T-Corp Dawn to make my Tremor team really pop out. Because as you can see, it is 4 units. When it should be 6. So, the Eagle would be nice for false, but I think I should go for the units first, and then go for the Eagle. Also, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this Ryoshu unit is not good on her own. I need to auto discharge Eagle so bad. I have it, but I don't have the auto discharge ID, funnily enough. And I need the auto discharge ID. This unit well, not good on its own, has this insanely good deployment passive or support passive for Tremor teams specifically. Because pretty much all of the good Tremor units have self-Tremor. Because we have this guy has self-Tremor, T-Corp has self-Tremor, she has self-Tremor, she has self-Tremor, she has self-Tremor, and Rodion is charge. She's the one with that exception. But yeah. Oh yeah, here I can show you my kind of weird charge team because I'm missing Faust and Otis, even though I have the Otis eagle. I could pull for her because, you know, haha, it would be funny, wouldn't it? Considering she's here right now. Well, no, is it not? What? No. No, yeah, she is. She's just not on that thing, I guess. Anyway, I think that's enough dilly-dally before the Canto. I guess it should just time to go. Smoke. And I can't move left or right. Oh. Actually, no, getting to the bingo details once something from the bingo actually shows up. Which I realize might be an issue. Because knowing how my memory works, I might forget something is in the bingo and forget to mark it. Yeah, sure, I should do it beforehand so you guys can remind me. So, in the bingo that I made, we have a couple of camps. First one, and obvious, being more Heisho packs, because I've already seen 2 of the Heisho packs. But the Heisho packs are based off the Chinese zodiac, so there's a high likelihood that we're gonna see more, because, you know, region, even though they're not in lore. We'll have Lin Dayu can catch a break, which is from the book, because Lin Dayu is someone important to Hongulu. I'm gonna leave it at that. And she goes through a lot. Man-made medical horrors, because we know how the boluses kind of work. Bolus? Bolus. Work in the fact that they get people to mutate. We have Herman or slash the new N-Corp cameo or appear in the story, because we didn't see them in the previous 2, so they might show up. We have the 2-in-1 theories confirmed by Louis Not Okay on Tumblr and also Reddit, which is a huge theory that I'm not going to go into detail now to spoil things, but if it does happen and I catch wind of it, I'm going to mark this. We have Jiokchu isn't the final boss, because that feels too obvious for him to be the final boss. We have Yashichun fucking dying, which is as likely as she surviving. Or it can be both, because you know that people can get resurrected if the brain is intact, so she could technically die and then be brought back, which would make both camps possible. We have Ryoshu crashing out about family, because many hints have been brought about her possibly doing that, considering her backstory. We have the grandma being a badass, because I just hope we actually get a cool grandma. We have so many siblings, which is, oh hey Jay, self-explanatory, because so many siblings, so many names, I'm gonna die. We have Honglu distorting, which explains itself. We have L-Corp branch as a means for immortality, which is the family deciding to buy a piece of the L-Corp branch, either to seek immortality, since it kinda seems like they want to do that, or as to get their, oh, nice, or to get their technology as a means to try and find something. Everyone hated that moment, which would be just everyone hating something happening in the plot. Specifically, oh yeah, get a bingo guard. Here, let me post the link again. Here. You just go on, generate your own bingo card and keep track of it if you like. Which I can see many moments of all of the seniors collectively agreeing, fuck this family, according to the book. I mean, it will be, you can keep track of using mine because I'm gonna keep track, so you just need to check yours and see what all the, it's just normal bingo. We have Rodion crashing out about being special because Honglo is kind of the opposite of Rodion in the sense that he was seemingly born special and she wants to be special but wasn't born special. We have beating up Jehuan, which is also self-explanatory. It should just be us beating him up because he deserves to be beat up. We get life insurance getting demonstrated on the Canto, which is just the thing that I said about people being brought back to life. You'll have a new character introduced fucking dies, which I should have put an addendum, but there was not enough space to make this legible, so it would be a new character introduced that people like fucking dies. Because at this point, that just feels like a staple. We'll have Shui Baochai wedding drama, which is also possibly spoilers, so I'm just gonna leave it vague. You'll have the opposite one that I already told. The family being really interested about Dante in the sense that we can revive people and they want immortality, so there might be stuff like, oh yeah, they tried to kidnap us or assassinate us in the Canto, if I'm asked. The Golden Bowl being recovered, but at what cost? Just generally meaning at the end of the Canto we pretty much end things worse than we started. I also thought about replacing this one with, instead, we not recovering the Golden Bowl, because I felt like it had been a while for now. The things were going just too good for us, and I'm kind of suspicious that we're gonna get a Canto where things just don't end well. And I think this could be the Canto, so that's why I put the Golden Bowl is recovered but at cost. Animated CG, because I saw that in the trailer and it would be cool. And R-Corp fight slash cameo, because I already had R-Corp Honglu as if like past season, last ID before this season. And that's kind of what happens, because if you consider that we had Ophi Heathcliff before the Ophi Association appeared in Canto VI and other stuff like that. And the last one is someone brings Abnos to the family hierarchy evolution. Because I'm sure someone is going to be stupid enough to do that, and that's in the plot how we have to fight abnormalities in the middle of a regular city, place, area. Anyway, that's all of the fields. Oh, it's slash. Wait, there's already a battle. Shit. If it's slash. Nah, fuck it, we ball. Wait, if it's slash, I could use the. Which one is this one? Yeah, but he's so. Yeah, no, I'm sticking with this. Even with slash, what's the worst that could happen? Immediately followed by the worst thing happening. Wait, 1, 2, 7 deployed sinners on field? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Huh. I'm gonna. If that's the case, I'm gonna swap some things. Yeah. Oh look, depressed Honglu.
꽃이 져 우수수 하늘 가득 흩날릴 때 빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은들 그 누가 슬퍼하나 꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고 뜰을 나섰건만 떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까 서성거리네. 그러니까 결국 이 풍진 세상 눈을 감지 않는다면 벗어날 도리가 없겠지.
호가 얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
Oh. I guess we're just opening up the grammar. Okay. Well, wow. She appears cool. But whether she's a badass or not remains to be seen, I guess. Little Boyu, have you walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey here?
험난하진 않았어요. 하루하루가 매일 신기하고 새로운
I wouldn't say I suffered much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new and interesting things to see. What are they talking about over there? They're sitting so far apart I can hardly hear them. I mean, is this even a dining table? Can even see who's sitting at the other end from here. Let me just... Boop, beep, boop. Is there something bothering you, dear guest? If this humble servant can help you with any... Oh, there's something bothering me, alright? In the middle of a meal, can you please stop? Nope, nope, not at all. Nothing's bothering us at all. Everything's good. Now, Bayu, my boy, when will you introduce me to your new friends? Oh boy, I never know how to act in front of others' parents. Where should I look? This an appropriate sight for a polite smile? I hope I don't come off too swarmy. You're whimsy with so and don't glow savor which of your silly smiles. They may be your last. Yep. The your turn now memes are in full effect. It's nothing to fuss over. Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here, Teehee. Woohoo! Thank ya! But this place is so huge that I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going out for a cup of water. Ooh, meat. Ah, don't you worry, Teehee. We have wait, huh?
시종분들이 달에 한번 방문해서 길 잃은 분들을 구조해 주신답니다.
We have stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone who's unfortunately gotten lost, if they're still alive, that is. How huge is this place? I mean, it already looked pretty big from the pictures that we've seen, but... Look, that has to be the funniest joke you ever told. I wasn't joking, but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway, Teehee. I must ask, Hanlo, for I spy no other siblings of yours here. This is quite odd, for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return. They're waiting to kill us the moment we step out of the welcoming party. Or poison us. Hey, it's my welcoming party too. Besides, what makes you think whoever went to see their stupid faces just to get mad? It's been like 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together. Oh, and don't even think about trying to chat me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier? There's nothing between us anymore. We're enemies. Did we initiate the conversation though? Oh, I'm simply so glad that my son, Bayu, has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too. I do like her dress. It is very pretty. So, dear Bayu, I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. I see. I am Simply concerned that were you to stay here prolonged, perhaps you might fade
네 소유의
before your
가족을
duties are completed.
염려스럽단다.
Wait, fade? Huh?
가모님도
Do you also not agree, Venerable Jiamu?
그래.
Indeed.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보.
Dear by you, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth. Oh! Nihongo expression, holy shit. He looks depressed already. Good.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother. Mother? For all entire familial discussion, Hongo's expression remained the same in that tranquil, perpetual smile, but his eyebrows were different. Despite his returns after years of wandering, being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible. He stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. That's a big fish. Non-exclusive whimsical smile is already over for him. With his attitude being so passive, I had no choice but to watch as a bystander. Wrong. We can do actions. Fish. A few hours ago. The cars float. Yeah, no, makes sense. The cars float.
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
The pelican will be here soon. A pelican? Whoa, so cool. That's just like a fancy ride. Isn't that just super, Greg? Oh, yeah, sort of. Are we carrying a pelican, whatever it's called, to give us a ride all the way to the mansion? The usual comedy spares desperate effort to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네.
Yes, the LCB and Jiashichun will be heading to
대관원으로 가시게 될 거예요.
Daguanghuan, where one of the most prominent families of H Corp reside. The Grandville Garden. If they sent a whole pelican to pick us up. Huh. Does Honglu's family already know that we'll be participating in the family hierarchical war?
아니요.
No,
그쪽에서는
it is unlikely that even are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute to lay this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage.
그저 귀한
Therefore, it would be correct to presume that the pelican is here merely as a gesture of welcome for Honglu and Jiashichun returns.
그런 만큼 가마를 타고
Which means they only invited. Which means that the only invited Honglu, Jiashichun, and the factions can ride the pelican to Daguanhuan. Unfortunately, this means that the LCCB Vigilis and Cars won't be able to join you on this journey.
아쉽네요. 같이
That's too bad. Would it be nice if we all could go there together? Just as petty as expected from the seniors of a family. We'll kill them to house a handful more people in that humongous park of a house. It's not like they noticed the difference. Oh my, how touching. Looks like Mia's Chichon thinks she'll miss us too. What a thing to say to my face after the shameless backstabbing. Yeah, I'm ready. No more sword and Virgilius is getting benched again. Search his lab. Is that his face or... Oh no, that's a robot. Oh no, robots are prohibited. That's just an implant. I mean, do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in a family hierarchy war? Do you even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is an evaluation? You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. And once you get in there, you'll be stacked at every turn by people looking to kill you. Including me. Yep. Things are already looking peachy-dory, honky-dory.
객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어?
Remember how Wei saved your life that the fake Kazan?
이제
Now imagine the same scenario, except this time, it could be Wei who's there to kill you.
미리 유감이라는 말씀을 드리는 필요
I must say ahead of time that this is a truly regrettable turn of events. I did not wish to have to fight any of you, but... Monkey Dory. Yes, Shichan, we have seen your roles during the super event. You are not a menace. I mean, she might not be a menace, but we might have to, you know, stab. And then she just... Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare. Well, we feel very much the same way, so
마음이
it looks like we're on the same page there.
반대로 말해서
This means that I'm also fair game.
나를
You
찌를
could stab in the back again, literally, this time.
아니요.
No, never. I wouldn't dream of doing something like... Yoshi-chan ignores Hinkai's anxious pleas and looks straight toward Honglu.
마음을 바꿀
This
수도 있어.
could be the last change to change your mind, brother.
나는 마냥
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart. Besides, it's the family hierarchy war. This isn't something you can just flip and decide that you want to partake.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이 지추.
I know the life you lived, Shichin.
나 역시도 어렸을 때부터
I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family hierarchy war just as you did.
그러니 우리가
So the way we've been feeling must be the same. Right. So this is where our tenuous alliance really ends. Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for a temporary alliance forged out of convenience. We're just going back to how things used to be. That's all. And that's fine by me. I think that's enough chit-chat with you then. Okay, if that's what you want. Oh, Shichin. What? Please don't tell the family they're participating, will you? I was told to keep this a secret for now. Tell me one reason I should do that favor now. You should do you that favor now. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Shichin appeared rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. Then suddenly strode right up to him.
이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아?
Is this even your call, brother?
아니면
Or are you just following their orders? Yoshi-chan threw her shirt towards the rest of us with her chin. My participation in the family hierarchy is already decided. If you're still curious to know why, then... Shichin, do you believe my choices carry any significant meaning? Ah, I see what's up. The scrap again.
가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면
So you already know what participating in the one means, but you have no idea why I would ever ask you something like that, huh?
대답은 됐어?
Fine. Looks like I don't even need to hear a reply. There's no point in trying with you anymore. Take care and good luck at work, Jay.
그런 얄팍하고 허튼 마음으로
At least it'll be fun watching how far you get of the shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Yoshi-chan appeared pretty distressed after the exchange, so I was about to say something when Pilot, who had been fidgeting with the radio behind Sod, began shouting urgently.
과장님,
Oh, Manager Sod, a pelican has been seen coming this way.
어제를
I liked you a bit today. Yesterday was too tough.
그럼 빨리
It's all over so we can at least relax on the way there.
아니 지금 온 건 우리가 먼저 탈게.
Nope, we're taking this one.
어차피
You never think twice about giving things up to others anyway, do you, brother? Huh? What the heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this first. Grab with like rock, paper, and scissors? Wow, sure. Why not decide the next hierarchy with a game of rock, paper, scissors too? How's that? Ziashichan gave us a wide grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly. Boy. And I thought we were finally starting making some friends out here. Look over there. There's a group ready for a pelican. One of them must be the candidate the client talked told us about. Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way. Because of course there is. Yuhua is unlikely to be the only candidate going after the other candidates. Executive manager, we best take care of them before the next pelican arrives. Yeah, what can we do, right? Wonder if they're going to change the battle theme for the... Nope, same battle theme.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내게 해보자고.
Oh, so they endure blood. Okay, good to know. Anyway, die. Oh, they endure blood. Me staring at red eyes, Ryoshu. Oh, I also did a dumb and forgot to put Heathcliff. So that extra skill is not activating. Teehee. Yep. It's not really surprising that the frame on afterwards considering please die so we can more blood feast. He's not dying. Wait, what level are these guys? I feel like we're doing less damage than normal. Unless they're like weirdly tanky goons. Let me check. Nope, level 45. They're below us in level. Skill issue, I guess. I thought this was going to be Gluttony season. I guess Gluttony does have a lot of slash now that I think about it. But even more so, it feels like using just a Pride team would be better for these earlier stages, considering they're weak to slash. And Pride does have slash in abundance. Is it that again? Nope. Besides that, I do hope everyone is doing okay. Not really much news on my end since last stream to talk about. So yeah.
더 이상 식별 발달되는 적은 없어.
No more signs of enemy reinforcements as active manager. At least there's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here were endless. Wow, that's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still. Anyways, Shichen appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she?
그런데
Honestly though, I get why she feels so betrayed.
우리가 들었던 홍문의 가족
Remember all the stories about Honglu's families we heard? Imagine one of your kids thinking you finally found like a potential ally in your family, only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute.
그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고
Yeah, right? It was really awkward for me too, even though I wasn't exactly involved. Saud chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her second plug on our alliance the last second. Anyways, where's our escort? I can imagine that H Corp cannot look forward to send us guards with the Pelican.
호위까지 보내줄만
If this family loved each other enough to send escort for their safety, I doubt they would be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchy evaluations.
철저한 약육강식의
She's so real of yeah. It's a world where might makes right, where strong prey on the weak.
가족 후보들조차도 수십
People won't bat an eye even if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road. Hmm? Oh, sorry, Honglu. I must be running my mouth again without thinking about how that sounds.
예전에는 이쯤 말하기 전에
Somebody usually stopped me before I got that far. Yeah.
개념치 마세요.
Don't worry, you didn't say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은 이렇지 않다는 걸 깨닫고
It took me a while to realize that other families run like this, but
있는 그대로의
there's no reason to be upset by the way things are. Cope. Wait, no, those aren't fine. Those are people holding up the car. Wow, I guess some things never change.
수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 아,
The bell
오늘
tolls.
제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
What's that ominous metallic noise? That's called a bell, Dante. You see, it is an instrument casted in iron. The tolling of bells. And bells of the resonance unlike any other, normally marked by their clarity. This bell is muddled, as if it tolls for the ill fortune on the horizon. Wow, Teehee. The bell sure is a resounding reminder that I'm home again.
이 종소리는
It's the bell that tolls every once in a while. You can hear its resonance from anywhere in Hongguan. Hongguan.
제적이네요.
It's restructuring day. Characters that I can't read. Huh? But the restructuring day already. She chose off, unable to finish a sentence as brutal scene unfolds before us. Whoa, are you guys seeing this? The buildings are all starting to shift. They're drifting. Ow, that's loud. What as Ismail said, Ishmael. The buildings, altered to complicated networks of rails, were either rising, form, or sinking into the earth. Dual rail drifting.
이 근방 있는 모든
Movement has been observed from every building in the vicinity. Everything's changed.
어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이
The localized shifting of the structures we had observed yesterday night were not as sweeping as this.
밤중에 보셨던 건
What you saw last night might have been a premonition of the restriction day, nudging buildings to their positions for a smoother overall redistribution of space.
제대로 된 시작은
Now this is the real deal. The whole mess was just a premonition.
지금의 홍원보다도
It's a minute of an old age corp that were long ago before the current Hongduan. Destruction has been here for a while, so we can't quite know the nature or purpose of the singularity. But at this moment,
지금은 현 H사의 제적이
they shift based on H Corp's restructuring standards.
모든 것은 하루아침에 이뤄지는 소리.
That's a weirdly robotic voice.
살만하지 않겠는가? 조금이라도 발붙일 자리가 생겼다는 건
I know this voice.
만약 그게 아닌 자가 있다면 어쩔 수 있겠나?
This is the fucking director again. The Project Moon director, but with a filter.
그저 조용히 물러가서 운명을 받아들이는 수밖에.
I think.
그 다음 달을 기다리면서 이 몸뚱이 하나 건사할 방법을 준비해야지. 오늘은 몇 명이 떨어지고 몇 명이 버텨내려나. 부디 모든 걸 너무 꽉 움켜쥐고 있지 마시게. 놓아야 할 때를 모르고 떠나야 할 때를 모른 척하게 될 테니.
제주립의 말로는
Oh, there are people literally falling from the sky. Yep, this is the city. The dude who wails on stream for his own game. This is weighty to present information. Pretty much. The world's assembly shifts overnight, yet those who toiled and toil have enough to fear. It is not joyous to have a place. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight? To those who weren't availed of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might. Await the coming month, ponder how one might save their skin. How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on not to all things too tight, for you may lose sight of when to let go, and feign ignorance when you must take flight. The consequences of reassembly from the victim is an endless plummet.
보고만 있기에는 괴로운 광경이구려.
What a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught to help.
이것도
Is this
H사의
another
특징인가?
one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies?
다른 둥지에도
I don't know. Did you know that chests have nests also have their own measures of one's wealth?
T사가 시간을 채워
As T-Corp makes full use of time as currency.
맞아요.
Exactly. H-Corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms.
소유한 건물의 면적이 곧
It asked,
적더라는
the measure of one's space is the measure of one's wealth.
네.
Exactly.
그래서 한 달에 한
So once every month, the worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned.
잘 살고 있다가 갑자기 내 집에서
So you can just kick me out of my home for no reason?
아니 뭔
What the?
어떤 해괴망측한
Just what kind of ridiculous rule is that? Casting yourself what seems to be a drunk, homeless robot thing that seems to introduce a situation in such a Kim Jong-woo move to BAH. Glory to our director.
이곳에서 한 번도 나고 자란 적 없는 저희가
Kim
그렇게
Ji-woo.
느끼겠지만
Well, it might appear that to outsiders like us, but
오래전부터 존재했던
the calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time, so it seems to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives. Least fucked up city moment. Yep. I mean, we did see that it's a huge block of a building, so you just continue to fall down until you reach rock bottom. And that's what people were saying, they were afraid of falling in between the buildings and ending up in a dark crevice they can't crawl their way back out.
그럼 홍루 씨도
Have you seen this happen in person too, Honglu? This restructuring day.
보았죠? 제
I have.
방안에서
Sometimes I watch from the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴 했지만
It happens far, far away from me, but I could see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, when he was merely watching the fatal scenery passing by.
제가 살았던 대관원은 제적 일에
That
관심이
one,
없었어요.
my old home, was never too concerned about the restructuring days. We got more rooms some days, but we never, ever shrink.
그래서 저는
So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happened beneath me, high up in my room. You're... Fine. I doubt there's anything you could have done, but you just sat on your hands and watched all this shite. Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth. Huh? Another palanquin's coming in.
당신들을 태울 가마가 온
And there's your ride. I think we chatted enough, so let's get you guys going. This is the palanquin?
네.
Yep.
그래도
Looks like they sent a palanquin large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together. Young Master Giobo and his 12 honored guests. Is that correct? It's 13 to be exact. But I thought Sod wasn't invited. Whoa, hold your horses. I was told that Young Master Baul's faction was just 12 people. Upon hearing that, Sod began aggressively striding towards them, causing the pelican bird to shriek in fear. Whoa, slow down, lady.
12 맞는데요?
We are 12 people. What's wrong?
설마 당신 눈에
I mean, don't tell me that this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you. Huh? Sod suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the barrel like it was some product. I mean, that's a pretty unique head this one's got there. I think I've ever seen anything like that around in Hong one. Wasn't it just a prosthetic in the shape of a clock, I guess? But still.
생각을 좀 해보세요.
I mean, let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock in their head's gotta go? Even if they were hiding for cash? Ah, no way, ma'am. Never. There are way more versatile biomodification of verbal here in Hongguang than whatever the heck job is. Nobody in the right mind would.
제 말이요.
Exactly, right? No idea what went right. But this fellow here sure seems to have fallen hard on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy, oh boy. Looks like this one got scammed. A nasty scam too. Whatever backstreets they got that from must have been a real scoundrel who did it.
더군다나 시간도
And look,
안 맞고
even the
지들끼리
clock isn't on
관심도
time.
없어요.
And this poor person is barely conscious. Look, all they can do is make those weird ticking noises because they don't even have a mouth. Those were some pretty frightful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody, tell Sod, I'm getting dizzy. Good grief, you weren't kidding. Who could have done something so awful?
다행히도
It's a real blessing that young Master Bubbles got such a kind-hearted soul. He simply could not walk past the timepiece in Borneo selling this human being like there were some tool or a toy, so we picked them up to get their hand replaced with something proper. Hongya's got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Oh wow, you're not wrong there. It is really easy to swap all your whole body as long as you got the cash to burn. Huh. A new head? For me?
그렇죠?
Right?
그래서
See what I mean?
도련님의 세력을
That's why I told you the young master only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly. Whoa, I see your point, but we can just...
곤란하시다는 거
Letter of support, yes? Our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourselves in, so I like to offer this tiny token of appreciation. So I produced some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them onto the pelican's bearer's own. Ah man, lady, you really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't. Oh, and another thing. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but
괜히
if a word of it gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it? Indubitably, ma'am. I'm doing this purely of the goodness of my heart, after all. What's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh? Strong and powerful woman versus meek and pathetic man. This is the sign of bisexual propaganda. Seems to me the bloke is purely out of interest of the fatness of his wallet.
자자, 거기서 그만 쓰고
Alright, stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait, you're leaving Pilot here alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with a ready and waved to us. Ah, don't worry about me, and have a safe trip over there. I got some stuff to handle on the outside. This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a palanquin.
이 샴페인
Oh,
마셔도 되는 거야?
look, a bottle of champagne. Can I check this?
무슨
Of course not.
공주는
Drinking while on a mission is okay. For quick clap, Saul promptly put an end to the hubba-hubba the unexpected flashy appearance of the palanquin caused. Her demeanor has shifted entirely into that of a Comic-Con collector strategist, a far cry from the person who was just chatting up a storm of a beverage just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Time to get to work, everyone. Oh, there's already a person on the ground. Human do fall flat. So this one is Slash again.
아, 이번 회에는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
그리고 그 후엔
Daniel,
잠깐 밖이
Wait.
소리스럽고.
something's going on outside. Not long after that sound passed over Rhodus when marked, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the other end. We're under attack.
평탄하다 했더니
I thought things are going a little too
아무래도
easy. It's
여러분을
no surprise that the other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in case. Why am I not surprised? I like battle stages. Are there new characters though, so we can see new? Nope. Just mooks. Okay.
힘내게 해보자고.
가족을 위해.
Why is it still not activating?
40. 먹지.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
기도.
I did deploy him as a backup unit.
좋다. 좋아.
들이도.
Does it need to be
지대로
fueled?
한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는 걸.
Oh, yeah, it needs to be fueled. That's why.
고귀하게.
I for gore.
터졌나?
I need more pride. Nails emoji.
새로 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데.
There we go. Now we have enough pride. Nails emoji.
다이어트하게 쳤는데. 꽤 뚫려라. Yeah, they sure the early stages of a new Canto because you can just win rate next fight. I'm gonna check over the bingo while we wait.
기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
고귀하게.
No, none of these, man. I do wonder. A thought that has occurred to me is wonder if they're just gonna mash Jia Shichun and Lin Daoyu into the same character. Because it feels like something Project Moon would do.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면
Oh, just fight.
아,
Yeah, I'm gonna swap to the other team because it's gonna go faster.
출정이군요.
망설.
베어내겠습니다. 주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
망설임 없.
주인놈 베어내겠습니다. 고래를 향해. 고래를 향해. 베어내겠습니다.
망설임 없.
수금할 시간이야.
Also, I need to add a. Do I have enough to upcap? Yeah, I do. This just gives more weight. More. But it's not like rich even tread wise. Estimated. I've been playing this game since the first season. I'm not rich, I've just been hoarding.
망설임 없이.
화점.
주인놈 뜻 출정.
피가 범람할 시간이요.
고래를
망설임 없이.
베어내.
수금할
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
Yeah, sure, I don't care.
이 검이 필요하오.
Should also drink Wawa.
최선을
It is weird seeing 7 sinners on
방금
screen.
벌레 말은 듣지 않는다는 사람 누구야?
즐기고 계신가요?
타겟 포착. 한시간.
저놈을 추적해.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Which seeing 7 on screen partially makes me wonder if we're going to get an 8 sinner fight.
혈이 남자오 귀살네. 마침표를.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Oh shit, those two suck.
타겟 포착. 한시간.
이 작살
Will she kill? Nope.
담겨 있지.
Faust!
그렇지 않아.
Okay, thank you. Are these guys even weak to pride? No, they're just normal people.
맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
전투응대 나서.
흉터의 결.
Dead.
뭔가 묻지 마.
Congo support just coming and killing people from afar. I mean, surely the 12 sinners fighter of the Pofuza event was just improvisation of something. Yeah, surely it wasn't related.
돌아가면 맥주라도
Surely.
사야겠는걸?
벤다 4월을 건다.
Wait, I could have used the new eagle. And that would have been cool. Ah. How did you lose that clash? I was expecting that to kill us. You should just go killing more people afterwards.
저놈을 추적해.
움직임이 어설퍼요. 그 상대
Go Heathcliff, snipe.
칼을 베어내고
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어.
Is this going to be overkill? Yes. Is it going to be funny? I'll say yes. You know, just for sillies, new animation, gotta show it off.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나. 저는 지금
Of course, I rolled tails! And I'll get the full animation.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 아 오늘은
Wait, didn't
대상으로
even see the BG
손해를 메울
train.
필요가 없네요.
So we went from being there to walking to being the limo pelican to now being in the garden. Petals. Entering Dongguan Huan Yunao. Despite some troubles on the way, it seems that we managed to arrive at our destination mostly unhurried. Dongguan Yuan, Honglu's old home.
시간이 얼마
Oof,
남지 않았나요?
running out of time.
파우스트 씨,
Faust,
제 작전의
and surely this is the most important part of my plan, right? The plan we're not gonna tell actually Dante because Dante was spacing out looking at the window.
그리 보기 좋은 광경은
It is
예상-
unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold.
핵심은 그들이
Remember,
여러분을
the
죽이고
plan hinges on your patience,
당황하지
everyone.
않고 기다리는
Well, you
것을
have all to remain calm and wait, even if they freak out and actively try to kill you.
질의 겁을 먹고 차비하라는 명이 떨어질 수도 있겠죠. 하지만 홍원의 가장
There is a chance they might panic and immediately order for the series to be executed on the spot. However, it is unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family's hierarchy of Hongguan will make such a hasty response.
그렇죠.
Exactly. Everything's going to be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience. Hmm? Execution? What?
그럼 다음
Great.
연락은
I'll follow up with subsequent contact once you've safely completed the first round of the evaluations. After the cryptic message with Faust, Saud leaped gracefully off the moving pelican as if from over in his half-sleep. Why you were asleep again? You were asleep at the start of Canto VII. You are asleep now. We watch her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grows, but really caught-wise with the scattered humans at destruction they had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag the broken bodies of the world, sobbing and writhing.
참혹하네요.
This is horrible.
드릴 수 있는 분
There's anything you can do to help, but
그런 무력한 감각은
such chains of futility and powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligations.
차라리 반복하는 경험에 익숙
Repeating exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize oneself to the sensation.
성루 씨는
Sister
집에
Hong Lu,
돌아가시는 소감이
how do you
어때요?
feel about going back home after so long? Sinclair changed the subject. I don't know.
말이라고 하냐? 복잡하게
Don't even need to ask him, lad. I know it can be easy.
나는 중간에
As for me, and blind me, I hesitate almost 1,000 times wondering if I should just turn around and leave.
만약에 문을 두드리는
What if I knocked on the gates, but she... Yevkif came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. Then another scenery stared at him in confused silence.
뭔데요?
What is it?
하다가 많은
Why did you stop in the middle of it? Wow, look at these cool windows. I think we can swap them out with other images. Man. I quickly tried to serve him the subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's coding Claire that seemingly wordlessly tell me not the time.
기억나요?
I remember.
각자의 희노애락이
I remember what
있었던
happens each time one of us returns to the place of the city that held our memories. Memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. And as we traveled, I remember that we were all looking at sceneries only they could see.
로자 씨는 계속
Rhodia,
어설프게 농담을
you awkwardly
치고
tried to your best to crack jokes.
싱클레어 씨는
Sinclair,
저번에
you tried your best to hold back the welling tears again and again.
그리고 이상 씨는
You sang. You
오랫동안
shut your eyes for a long, long time.
이스마엘 씨는
Ishmael, you couldn't stop talking to yourself while glaring down at the lake's surface.
히스클리프 씨는
And Heathcliff, I saw you were scared and anxious, shaping your hair over and over again. Why is Gregor not mentioned? Because I guess the first Canto wasn't really about his home. Only the dungeon was. You've really been watching us closely, huh?
우리가
Did we?
봄
썼나?
가버리면
Spring leaves, petals scatter, and I'll sure turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forevermore.
저는
I
말이죠.
think everyone has a small amount of petals they gather from themselves. Is he the outcast after all? Roche has no rights. What? I don't. Why would anyone collect something like that?
그러면 아직 버리지 않고
Then you simply haven't discarded them yet. There was a there was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burrowing, sinking shadow behind it. Also, no mention to Dogma that makes sense because she actually had no fucking clue. Yeah. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is close, and it has resonated with Hong Lu's fathoms.
꽃잎 묻는 나를 보고 남들은 비웃네.
They watch the flower bury of mine and walk away.
나 죽고 난 후 묻어줄 사람 누구일까?
Who lays me to rest once I die?
봄은 가고 어여쁜 얼굴도 늙어가면
When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it all away.
꽃은 지고 사람도 가니
Flower pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hide.
배우기는 왜 항상 이해하기 어려운 시만 읽어?
Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, you?
늙지 않을 방법 같은 건 널렸지 않았어?
There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there?
머리카락이 희게 새지 않아도 봄은 지나가니까.
Because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass.
꽃잎들은 왜 네가 손수 치우고 있는 거야?
Why are you cleaning up those falling petals?
물에 띄어보내면 되잖아. 손에 흙.
Just float them away downstream. You'll get dirt on your hands.
아까운 말 하지 마라, 오라버니.
And be so wasteful?
잎들을 다 쓸어버리면 어디 가서
How will we hear the sounds of falling rain once we sip all the petals away? Hmm. This is Jin Gia W. I honest to God cannot tell them gender just by looking at them. So they could be doing the book canon of keeping her as she. This is such a weird way to phrase it. Or they could be gender bending her to he, which is somewhat more interesting for the story reasons because of further plot happenings. So I wonder which is which.
이건 추억이야. 비 오는 날의 추억.
This is a remembrance.
버리지 않을
Remembrance of a rainy day. So I'm gonna treasure it.
그리고 흘러내려가 버리게
Besides,
되면 꽃을
these
더럽히게
beautiful
되잖아.
blossoms will get dirty and destroy me if you let them float away.
부부 오라버니도
So
부디
please, don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big bro. Huh? Huh? I mean, no, let's just wait and see what the story tells. So please don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big bro, Boyu. Hanglu. Is there anyone you miss here, Dongwon Huan? Dagwon Huan.
네,
No,
없네요.
there isn't.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있어요?
But how's that possible? Isn't your family there? And a bunch of other people who are so important to you? Yisang knows.
글쎄요. 잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는데
Well, as long as I believe them to be doing well,
구태여 그리운 마음을
there isn't
가지고
any need for me to yearn to see them again. Do you still treasure your petals?
아니요. 출가하면서 전부 흩뿌리고
Nope.
왔답니다.
I scattered them all the day I departed from home, my home.
그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는
So my rainy days are now
소리가
silent.
들리지 않아요.
I see.
보신 거죠?
You saw that, didn't you, Dante?
제 기억을.
You saw my memory. I did. Mm-hmm. Hunglu laughed. He was surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
홍루 씨의
Do you want us to tell us about your parents or...
아니면 그
Yeah, you talked about your grandmother pretty often, right? What kind of people are they? Sinclair added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate. Tenuous as that connection might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
두 분 다 이치에
Ah.
바르셔요.
They were both very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는 항상
Grandmother
좋아해
always treated me preciously.
주시고, 어머니도 아버지도
So did my mother and
저를
father.
아껴주셨죠. 아, 거의
Ah,
다 도착했나
We're
봐요.
almost there.
정원이
I can see the garden. This is one mess of garden.
본가 안으로 들어가려면
We still have some time before we get to the main buildings.
사슴이나 토끼들도 뛰놀았거든요.
Oh. Hello. Sparked. Apple? Whichever one you prefer to go as. Bye. And thank you for the follow. Honestly, that kind of startled me. Fuck. I forgot I had the stream notification so loud. I remember the days when Dee and Harris would frolic out here in the garden. Foo. maybe even foxes.
이거 산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있고.
Well, I can see myself taking a long walk around here. It take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는
I usually linger only around my room. It's dangerous to stay too far, Frau. It's dangerous? Why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가는
That's the stranger danger.
표적이 될 수도 있고요. 밤에는 앞이
That's the
보이지
stranger danger. Getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night. Oh, ain't that a really big deal, is it? Kids run around, skip their faces on the branches, tripping each shite on the pavement all the time.
히스클리프 씨라면
I'm
자유롭게
sure you would
걸을 수
run
있을 것
freely
같아요.
around the garden, Heathcliff.
그래도 항상
But it's
조심해야
important to always be careful.
제가 5살 때는
When I was 5,
나뭇가지에 누가
someone had
침을
left a deadly
넣어놨어요.
poison on a random tree branch.
독을?
Poison?
히스클리프 씨처럼
I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
우연인지 딱그 주위에
But by some coincidence, he happened to be running around the same tree that had its branches lathered with poison.
어떻게
What?
되었는가?
What half transpired thereafter?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 백반만 잡으면
She didn't tell me he'll be fine after 100 nights rest.
스빈은 언제나 똑똑했어.
And because Sheeran was always so smart,
그렇게 되었어.
sure happens exactly as she said. I'm sure he's fine. Smiles. Oh, it's Snapple, not I am. Sorry. It's Snapple, not Apple. Entering the Huating, no. Grand Flower Hall. It wasn't long before arrival to a new place within the Dagwan Han was made known by the Pelican Bearers Norris in the solemn announcement. More buildings. What's Dagwan Ting mean anyway?
쉽게 말하면
Grand Flower Hall?
원래를 여는
So I think you can call it a place for banquets? Oh. So you hold banquets in this village-sized venue? Is that a lake over there?
호수인가요? 아, 그건
Nope.
연못이랍니다.
It's a pond. A pond. Damn.
도착하면 저랑
Once we arrived, we found ourselves a welcoming party for Chicham and me.
아, 로자 씨.
Gloria, we'll be able to stuff yourselves content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터 이렇게 설렌 적은 처음인 것 같아.
I don't think I've been this excited in a long time. Whoa,
저건 배인.
is that a ship over there?
배를 정박해도
You have a ship?
아,
Haha, yep.
가끔 뱃놀이를
We
나가긴
sometimes go out
했거든요.
boating.
아, 그리고
Oh,
연못처럼
and Shichan's building is right across that pond.
있답니다.
You each get a building of your own?
네.
Yes, we
그래서
do.
처음 호원을
So when I
떠났을
first
때
departed from
다른
Hongyuan,
곳에서는
I found the concept of entire family living on the same roof so fascinating.
이래서는
Alas,
얼굴 한번 보기도 힘들겠네.
it would be quite a challenge for their family to see one another.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
And that's exactly why we each get a building.
이거
Are we even talking about the same thing here?
이럴 거면 베케이션을 처음부터 홍로군의 집으로 잡아주지 그리하였어.
Alack for woe, we could have merely enjoyed our vacation. Oh god, that's Spanish. We could have merely enjoyed our vacaciones at young Honglu's residence all along.
그건 곤란해요, 돈
That would have worked. That wouldn't have worked, Don Quixote. When I left home, grandmother and the elders really impressed upon me that
때가 되면
the
자연스럽게
footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus, witness, and only witness, as much of the world as you may before you make your return.
언제 오려나 했는데
I was wondering when I
시간은
would be
조금씩 흘러
But time really slipped through our fingers, and just like that, it brought me here. Most sinners did not welcome the return. Some were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they had been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things once forgotten or lost were waiting for the return. But their reluctance is really not surprising at all. I don't think I welcome an opportunity to get my memories back when with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that this time turn had arrived, Hong Lu was as tranquil as he always was. Wait. No, never mind. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be so different this time. Do I know you from somewhere, Snapple? Or did you just stumble here from Twitch? But even so, can I judge that so hastily?
다시 오프라님 행차시오.
Young Master Boyu of the Jia family has returned. Again, with the Pelican's bearer's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our announced arrival, the door opened.
자, 필요하실 텐데.
Here
어서
we are.
들어오세요.
You must be also a timer. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Hong Lu paused slightly off the Pelican and moseyed into the building. Quieted, light-footed steps they take, unhindered by excitement nor trepidation. Alright? Rich boy got nothing to fear because he's used to this kind of poshness, that's all there is. Maybe it won't be different this time, as we haven't seen him get a new depressed expression after 2 years. Verily, this may be a subtle expression of that teasy part of him that longs to see his family again. Once we all left the Pelican, I find myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude. Just how many servants do they have?
아, 술시가 되면 할머니가
Grandmother who arrives once the shoe hour arrives.
연애는 그때 시작될 것 같아요.
The banquet will start then, I think. Shoe hour?
술씨는 19,
The shoe hour refers to time between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. This is a unique system used in certain regions of the East.
추가로
In addition,
홍루 씨의 조모인 가문은
it would be best to remember that Hong's grandmother, Jia
해방의
Mu,
수장이라고
is a
이해하시면
hierarch of
틀리지
Dongwon.
않습니다.
It would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as a ruler of Hongwon. Your relative is the head of a wing, I see.
네.
Yes,
이제 곧 다음
they should be
후보에
handing you over the title to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기는
Why now?
뭐지?
What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precious time? Orders, as she probably saw an ulterior motive before every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올 거라고
She's been saying that her time will eventually come, that she's carried this responsibility for too long.
갑자기 나타나서 가주 대전에
I bet she's pretty shocked to hear that you'll be taking part of the family hierarchy war.
글쎄요.
I don't know that.
어쩌면
Maybe she'll take it well.
있어요. 구태여 나갈 이유는 없지만
There never have been a reason for me to bother participating, but there wasn't reason for me to not either. Huh? Hey, there's Chicha and way over there. Looks like they both arrived safely. Yashichan, who arrived before us, showed us the briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated his interest.
방금 시추님이 저희를 보자마자
Shichan just turned her back on us.
그 잠깐 사이에
Wow.
되게
It
선악해져.
didn't take long for things to become super awkward. Ooh, we must capture this opportunity to see ourselves adjacent to young Shichan. Too late. We are forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her.
어째서 온 말인가?
Yep, wherefore?
저희는 이제
We are no longer Shichen's faction.
적으로 취급받는 것이
Our hostility is to be expected.
분위기가 바뀌어.
Things have changed.
이쪽과 저쪽.
Us versus them, in group versus out group.
전장은
Deception and treachery are natural parts of war.
오늘의 아군은
An ally of today may as well become an enemy tomorrow.
친구가 없다는 말을 이렇게
And that's a funny way to say I don't have any friends. What did you just...
부모님이
Ah.
저기 계시네요.
There are my parents.
갑자기
Hold on. We're walking right up to them? Blimey, at least tell us their names. Ah.
가시 정.
Father's name is Zhang of the Jia family. And in Don Huang, they call my mother Lady Wang.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
And greet you for the first time since my departure. He looks a lot more normal than I would have imagined. Also, he's taller than his dad, I just realized.
가시 보. 지금 귀가했어.
Bao Yu of the Jia family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
You're early. Bao,
뭐가
dear Bao,
이게
it has
몇
been
년
too many
만이니?
years.
오랜만에 얼굴을 보니
To see you again after so long,
반갑기가
it
그지.
is good to see your face. Yeah, there's certainly something wrong with her mom in the sense that she isn't happy at all to see him here. And wasn't, even in the first one. Either before because she fears for his safety, in my opinion, or because she just could really not be happy to see him here because this was not planned. And they have something else they wanted him to do all being out. Oh, I don't know what I even should say. The father, Xie Cheng's eyes dart nervously between us and Honglu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly, deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. So they are Honglu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
Thank you both so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데
So,
같이 온
who
분들
are those people you have come here with?
대단한 숫자는 아니지만
Well, there aren't too many of them. They are my friends. They are my friends I made out in the world.
부하라고 소개하던 누구보단 낫네요. 그죠?
At least he's not introducing us as his lackeys like a certain someone I know.
야, 그건
Wait, that's Honglu mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it was almost like she felt she was looking down at 8 of us one by one.
반가워요. 우리 보기가 어릴 때부터 참 고집이 많았던 아이여서 어쩌면
I'm so glad to meet you all. Baryu's always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure he was quite a handful to accompany on your journeys. I assure you can still embrace him despite every
고집이요?
stubborn
씨가요?
Anglo? Whatever it was she said, they don't seem all happy to hear that.
보가
Dear Baoyu,
왜 친구분들이 너를 그런 이름으로
why do you allow your friends to call you by the name?
사람들께서
Out of your
정해주신
noble,
너의
bless the
고귀한
name
이름을
blessed upon you by the revered Shiren of our elders.
뭐야? 왜 갑자기?
What's going on with her? Honglu reached out and gently yet indifferent held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother,
그 고귀한
because the name is too noble indeed. Yes, it is not a name that any rebel should so heedlessly speak. course. Of course. Okay, mister, my name is too good for everyone to speak.
원래 이름이란 게 있었어?
Oh, do you also have an old name and a new name? Oh, don't you remember? Back in P-Corp, we called Hongluk Young Master Boyu.
지난번 후문에서 결투할 때
Also, remember how he announced himself before the duel to the Revenge of H-Corp? He introduced himself as Boyu of the Gia family. I thought it was a pseudonym back then, though, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다 이거냐?
Wow. Ain't like us calling you a real name's gonna chip in its nobility or whatever. It's just a name, so you can say it as many times as you want and you won't depreciate it for whatever value it has. Oh, but some people actually believe it does, I suppose. It was wise of you to refrain from using that name. Right. To let your precious name be known amongst the plebeian populace is to encourage nice and dark to strike. Even here, too. It is as your mother says. Were your true name to be made known, any individual with passing connection to H-Cup would have easily connected you to Hongwon. It is said that most names are repositories of the keeper's origins. In the eastern region of the city, when the parents name their child, they imbue them with meaning. It carries their wish for the children's place and use in the world. You, what's your name mean? First Ryoshu line. My name is a combination of wishes, not only from my parents, but those of many, many more. It means that I was born with a precious jade. Gia Baoyu. Awful. Hongluk is better. At least try to whisper. Huh? Wait a minute. What? Wait, huh? I don't remember why or when the soundboard would pop. What the fuck just happened? The streamer has been confused. Indeed. Oh, wait. Huh? I set up donations? I am so confused by what just happened. Who? Whomst? Who was it? I don't see it on such a D list. Sparked Snackball. Oh. Wait, is that you, Brenton? Everything makes more sense now. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, because this is a new count, I guess I should do the introduction thing all again. This is a new canto, so I'm decided to do a very silly, and there's a bingo ongoing for the duration of the streams. Still no thing to decide as a prize for the winner, but here's the oncoming bingo. It's hidden because none of it has been filled yet. But yeah, if you want to participate, you just click the link, create your own thing, save it, and then just keep track of it as stream goes. Where I can't find the freaking thing anywhere. Oh, no worries, I'm mostly just flashbang that someone would even click it, because I think that's the first donation I ever got it, and I don't really see a no, that's besides the point. But thank you. Is this all Kiba feels? Yes. Continuing. I'll call the rich boy whatever I want to. If I'm ever forced to call you Wong Master Bo you, or some servile shite like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from the guide. I could feel the horrified gaze of the servant staring at us. I don't mind, so please continue to call me Honglu if you want. Please seat yourselves, honored guests. The food will be served soon. Okay, we just... Oh, it's still going. Oi, what's all this? Did they actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There was quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to fund their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food. I will eat so much. Probably because I'm also hungry right now. What a feast. I can ask for refills, right? Yes. Anyway, what's with those empty seats over there? We're still killing time for some guests to arrive? I don't think so. They probably seats from all the siblings somewhere in Dangguan-Yuan. They probably just didn't want to attend. This is a banquet to welcome me after all. I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to attend. Man, they better be on some real busy schedule to miss this. Yeah, this voice acting is better, I'm gonna try to beat it. With the announcement, all their silence quickly devoured the busy hub of the banquet, except for the sounds of Rodia still eating. Oh! Yeah. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. And the woman walking them from between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle from sheer presence.
아, 할머니가 오셨네.
There's grandmother. It was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp, and its chief executive director. But I'm only interested in the people behind her. Garumph. Garumph. Sounds like a sound effect on manga which for golf. Maybe I should have done the sound after reading the whole sentence. Well, it is what it is. GMU's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are greeted by your presence, venerable GMU.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are greeted by your presence, venerable GMU.
뭐야? 우리도 숙여야 해.
Oh, should we bow too?
이미 접시에 고개를 파묻고 있으니까
I don't think you could bow any lower with your face halfway in the bowl, so you should be fine. Probably. She's surrounded by Hisho too, I think. Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. Says the group always do stupid things. As everyone else was bowing before GMU hauled and hobbled. Only Honglu looked straight at GMU without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked towards her.
할머니,
It's been a while, grandmother.
도읍도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please ascend, young master Baoyu. It seemed that special permission was needed to stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach only after servants gave him the go-ahead.
보가
Little Baoyu,
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
you must have walked tirelessly on your journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니.
Not at all, grandmother.
함께 했던
I was able
분들이
to learn so many new
지금까지
things thanks to
오셨으니
everyone who treated me so
새로운 걸
nicely.
배울 수 있었는걸요?
배움을 통달하고자 했다면 어떤
That you
기운이
fought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of your reach. Could even learn much in the house of erudition from them. Yeah, the world taught from the sheets of paper simply the words on paper. We wish that you, dear Boyu, would learn more from the secular world, to not let flow betwixt your fingers the time that is given to you.
네,
I know this opportunity was more than I deserved, grandmother. I appreciate your return all the same, that you have designed to return before me here my abdication of great responsibility.
아무래도
Verily, it appears that young Honglu signed on to Limbus' company as a Gran Turismo of sorts.
그란 프리즈모? 그게 뭔데?
Gran Turismo? What's that?
너희 둘 다.
Can the two of you stop babbling with your mouths full? Young masters of the family's most eminent are oft sent of the world on a grand tour. This coin was despatched as Gran Turismo, if thou wilt afford word to commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는 다양한 경험.
The purpose is to learn the varied experience that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시춘이와는 이미 한
I
번.
hear that you've met with Ji-chun in the world not long ago.
그럼요.
I have.
총명한 아이.
A right child she is. Well prepared to take on the challenges of the family hierarchy evaluations, I presume. Quick, Dawn, shove a salad fork in the logic socket. I was more expecting her. I saw this shit post on Twitter and I thought it would be funny. Since she has to, keep eating blood, to just have a little kind of apple juice box, juice box, but it's blood.
맞아요.
Agreed.
시춘이라면
I'm sure Shichun will wisely overcome the trials.
그래.
Indeed.
어르신들께는
Have you paid visit to the revered elders then? I will soon. See, it's the expression again. You can see by the eyebrows.
왕부인도 이곳으로 올라오거라.
Lady Wang, I stand here as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Jiamyu, of course. Honglu's mother is hurried up to where Jiamyu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여
Must your heart great distress to have your only son despite his home, to wander the world despite the hedges, beyond the hedges.
아닙니다.
Of course not, Jiamu.
저는
Oh, I'm simply so glad that my son Bao
이렇게 제 몫을
has returned as a man who can more now than ever carry his own weight,
더 이상
and unharmed too.
그러니
Thus, dear Bao,
재촉할 생각은 없지.
I don't mean to rush, but
다음
when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. I see. I'm simply concerned that
나는 그저
were you to stay here prolonged,
이곳에 계속
perhaps you might fade before your duties are complete. Fade?
염려스럽단다. 어서 소임을
Complete your
다하고
duties and
돌아와야
return soon so that the
가문님께서 맺어주신 그
agreement
약속도
Jiamyu has made so graciously for us is fulfilled.
그래. 잃지도
Indeed.
말고
Lose not,
잊지도 말거라.
forget not.
너는
You are our family's own and only Jade.
우리의 둘도 없는
Dear
진리한
Boyu,
보물.
our peerless treasure,
이 속세에
tarry not
남아있지.
over long in this mundane world.
때가 되면 다시
Leave when the
떠나고
time is
같이
right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother. Mother? I wonder if that's the rat pack that we was talked about. I do like the background for this, it is very pretty. Straight bow chain. So oh. Oh. It is her or him. Depends. I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably for this incredibly awkward meal, but Jiamu and her routine of Heisho Ritunie and a group of Heisho left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was those that had no more reason to remain here. It is odd. They should inquire Honglu to of his departure plans on the very welcome of his return.
그러게요.
Right?
아끼는 것
For a moment it appears that they care for him, about him then.
아끼는 모습도 통상적인
The appearance of care for one's own child was also quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotion and intimacy expressed in average households. Hey, how are you? That's when an unfamiliar, cheaper voice hopped jovially into our conversation.
왜 나를 제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어? 내가 머물던 건물은 네가 출가했을 때 이후로 쭉 같았단 말이야.
Oh, it's Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
아, 누나구나.
Big sis sure Bocha, it's been so long.
여기까지 와서 자리를
You
채워주고
come all the way to my welcome blanket to feel a seat? I appreciate that.
보호기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면
Had I known that you'd be coming home today, Bao, I would have summoned everyone I could from the Shrimp family to see you.
얼마나
Big
보호기야.
Boss Ben's been being itchy to see how you're doing. Wait, she's his sister? And older sister at that? Wait, that complicates things because they were... Wait. Huh. In the books they... Canonically egg. Yeah, sure he was. Shichen had been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, murdered quietly to herself, but not so quietly that we couldn't see her dragging the name of the other guy from the mud. And honestly, all of the sinners just kinda nodded like, slay. So many yeah, I guess. I was waiting for later on, when we get... Because the book has so many siblings. Also, this is when I can go in that tangent, but I believe there's 3 ways someone can fill a bingo, and only one of them is correct. People can either fill a bingo, by just that's so thin. By circling it, by crossing it, or doing a check mark. And I won't say which one I think is the correct one. Wait, but if I don't say... But I think one of them is more correct than the other ones. Yeah, I got the Heisho Pact as well. There's more Heisho Pacts. So that's 2. No. Yep. I mean, I feel half. I'm just gonna mark half, and then we see her actually being more of a badass. Shade entire square. Slate. No, that is the most wrong option you could pick. I'm just gonna half mark this, and if we see her actually being a badass, I'm gonna full mark. But she already had kind of badass coded entrance.
오, 이곳에 온 다음에 또 누구에게 인사를 올렸어?
Who else have you greeted since you arrived today, Baoyu?
부모님과 가모님께
My parents and Jimu. Really? So I'm your first then? She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye. Your jade eye is always so glistening and pristine about you. Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as you wore and wore it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it? Oh, you have. Thank you for remembering me. Wait a minute. Does paint have a cross? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Ahem. So are you going to introduce her to us, or... Hey, why couldn't you just let this light reunion play out, man? Warrior stepped forward, unable to stand the curiosity. Oh, she's... Hi, I'm Baochai. Baochai of the Shu family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Baoyu here. Yeah, sure, A very profound relationship? He's my betrothed that I am to him. I'd say that's pretty profound. Profound, huh? Yep. It's nothing to be surprised about. These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our allies. Hey, you could have at least given us a hint. But I won't be married until I leave Limbus company, though. I just thought that it wasn't relevant enough to share. So, sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Baoyu's friends, right? I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Baoyu lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? don't have stories for kids. Shoo.
왜요? 저
Why?
피곤해 나는
But I
이야기
love
엄청
stories about
좋아하는데.
bloodshed. 100% normal. This is like the 20th. So an arranged marriage has hit the Honglu Tower. One of my big sister's Baochai's pastime was curating keeping stories of Umden legends.
그렇다면 조금만 들려주도록 할까?
This is small detail, but I quite like they actually put the voice acting work of her flickering open her lighter and also the cigarette puff.
다른 분들은요?
Wow, what about everyone else? I love adventure stuff. Oh. Nope, do not trust her. She's trying to get in our two races. She's evil. She has too much info on us. She knew immediately how to win over Rodion and immediately how to win over not Dante, Dawn. Evil.
그 말 앞으로 후회하지 않을 자신 있겠어?
Be careful what you wish for. I beseech thee to find a seat, for I now regale thee with a tale of which adventure of most wondrous valiant of old. Brace thyself, for this particularly old and terrible tale feels as big scary bear lurking in a cavern.
식사 끝났으면
If you're finished with your meals, then why don't we all go back to our residences?
시춘이는 오늘도 화가 많이
You're so angry again, Shichin. I heard you lost so much of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? I'm sorry. I used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears upon hearing that news.
벌써 설씨가의 귀에도 들어갔구나.
So the Shu family's heard it too, huh?
맞아?
You're not wrong, but
그런 건
that's irrelevant to what I've brought the family hierarchy. Also, I'm confused. Are they brothers or is that just a matter of speaking? Boucher of the Shu family, blah blah blah. Big sister Bouchers. So maybe the big sister is just big evil bear. She's talking about Heathcliff. Maybe the big sister is just those things of ranks. Also, why she's you tiny? Why are you also tiny if you're older? You're not wrong, but that's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family hierarchy. He's a big fan of your confidence, Sichin. It's a good look, you know? Oh, that reminds me. You better watch your back, big sis Baochai. Looks like a big brother's Baoyus learned how to sink a knife into your back with the same carefree smile. What do you mean by knifing people in the back? I just had a small falling out of Chichin, that's all. Aha. Chichin must be trying to get you on her side, huh? Yeah, no wonder she wanted you on her team. Barry's always excelled at whatever he does without stressing out and losing that happy smile. It just kind of worked out that way. I guess it can be a bit irritating like that, huh? Some people, though rare, are indeed quite like that. Oh, that reminds me, did you by any chance run into Big Brother Chiu? I haven't, but they have. That's good. She placed her hand over her chest so that she just avoided an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously. So, what happened? I do not know what he was trying to ally with Shiriwa. I mean, it didn't seem like everyone else was viewing that as an alliance around the Shiriwa himself, but it must have been a pretty particular master conduct that Jiakichu was trying to ally with Shiriwa. They cut Big Brother's Hiwa's head off when he was with us. Oh my! Horizontally or vertically? H. So this is the first time, huh? Hiwa really is incorrigible. He never knows when to zip and sit down. Well, Big Brother's Chew. I had a feeling he will be here when the family hierarchy war begins. Everyone is Dongguan Huan heard that creepy sound from the back streets, you know? Gosh, things get so awkward in Astar here at Dongguan Huan every time there is any mention of him. Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. And why is that? Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course. Besides, whatever Big Brother's Chill goals are, they probably have nothing to do with the Shure family. I can see that. But I took a step toward Honglu and leaned in close to his face. Do you smell my fragrance still, Baoyu? You have never reeked, big sis Baochar. About you, I've always been, and always will be, residing at Hangguan Yuan, Gingerplate Court. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room, with everyone pointing at her and being suspicious in the community. Well, how about we start heading back? This place can get pretty dark around the high hour. You... Why did you leave? It's nothing. She's just a big sis I used to play with when I was a child. One of the very few in Dongguan Huan who was nice to me. So, where shall we head out to next? Good question. Just going by the scale of everything here, it should be safe to expect something real ritzy, right? You are my guests, so I should be able to stay at my building within Dongguan Huan. It's within walking distance from here. We should be there in no time, even on foot. Combat. Yeah, gluttony and pride. I also do not trust the fact that her name had no color plate. Her nameplate was just dark. Ta-da! Here we are, Teehee. That was a pretty long walk. Still technically within walking distance, but... This place is called Yi Hongguan, Joyous Red Court. The spoons were made from some aromatic flower within H Corp. Try taking a deep breath and... You can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma pervading, spreading from the tip of your nose. It's unique to the building. Very much so. It is an unseen and invisible thing, yet it remains much of its present redolence. This place is huge too. You've been living here all along? Yes, I was told to stay in a larger room, but I preferred this place more. It has been long, young master. Shiren responding. Oh, hey, is she? Have you been well, Shiri? Yes, I am as always have been. She then watches as emotionless as a rotting crowd poured into their yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably had not been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의 손님이신가요? 방을 안내해드리겠습니다.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there is something wrong with her right arm. Kinda looks. Anyway. Are they young master's guests? I will guide them to the room. Please follow me.
저는 따로 방문할 때가 있어서요.
Now that we're here, I got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon, though.
어디를 가시는 겐가?
To where would thou journey? I lost to accompany thee. Botched Gregor cosplay.
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
어르신들께 문안 인사를 드리는 것뿐인 거라.
I just on my way to say hello and pay respect to the elders, so it'd be better if I go there alone. This way.
뭐 어느 작전이나 그랬지만
Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지 직접 와서야
the rate of our mission doesn't really sink into we're actually there.
가주 대전.
We're talking about the family hierarchy war, right?
다른 후보들은
Yeah.
이것 하나만
The other candidates have been preparing this for years, while we have, what, an overnight?
하룻밤만에 해내야만
나는 벼락치기 타입이
I don't know, I'm a procrastinated to the last minute kind of gal. Felt. So I'm pretty sure we got a handle on this. This is not the first instance in which we are demanded to work for a task in an unforgivable, inadequate situation.
상관없지 않겠나.
Why does it matter?
어차피 우리가
Our
노리는
goal
가주의 자리가 아니지.
isn't to claim the throne of the throne. Isn't to claim the throne of the family hierarchy anyway. A few hours ago.
천만 다행이지 않겠어요?
Wow, is it such a relief that it goes in to come to first place in the family hierarchy work? Mersa!
1등을 할 필요가 없다는 말인가?
Does thou means that we needed to be the first?
당연하죠.
Yeah, obviously. We want a senior to become the head of H Corp.
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는
Would it not provide a much more reliable means of control to plant an individual of this company at the highest seat of a wing, instead of letting a non-affiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게 굴러가지는 않죠.
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has much left to do as the LCB.
그러면 뭐 우승 그러니까 1등이 아니어도 뭔가 떨어지는 게 있으니까 하는 거겠지?
Still has much left to do as the LCB, which means being the LCB is not the end goal. It's just ways to mean. Then, would it be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here? Do other candidates get something for participating too?
가주 심사에서 10등 안에 든 사람은 순위 순서로
Anyone who places within the top 10 will gain the right to take one item of their choice from the family treasury. Of course, the one who places the highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가
But we're looking to have to come in as second place in order to ensure that we put in the item we're looking for.
아, 괜히 기분 잡치.
Bork? No hiccup.
도와줄까? 1등 해봐.
Now that's weirdly insulting, saw that. Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에 자신감이
Your confidence seems to have gone through the roof since our last operation together. Wow. We did go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그리고
Anyways, care to guess what's deep inside Hongwon's gargantuan treasury?
황금 가주요.
The golden bowl.
네,
Right on!
진정한 가치가
But in the middle of
뭔지
all kinds of other treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value.
그래서
So Faust, all the managers sought shall reverse strategy for the first round.
뭐지?
그러고 보니
I very much wish to know that as well, for the suggestion of mutual understanding seems to exist exclusively betwixt Mist, Faust, and Shad.
가주 심사위를 찾아낸 내용은
The first round of the family hierarchy evaluation tests what the descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hongwan. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what the Shichen been referring to this whole time.
네, 블로불사에 가는
Yes.
것이죠.
They'll be free from aging and death, immortality.
즉, 각자가 생각하고
Each
있는
candidate is to
진정한
present an answer
블로불사는
before the
무엇인가에
judge to demonstrate the idea of true immortality. Right, so what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건 파우스트도
Not even Faust can answer that.
뭐 하자는
Then what are we even doing here?
다만 진정한
But we may be
블로불사의
close to
신뢰를
demonstrate a facsimile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we are close to the answer.
답을 원하는 건 그들이니
Given that they are all ones who are seeking that very answer, they will now disqualify us, Hungary to be exact, from the competition. So we're just going to kill the sailors in front of them and then revive them like, immortal, see? Please don't ask questions.
그럴 듯해 보인다면 악착같이 매달릴 테니까.
I see. They will cling on to whatever clue they can get their hands on, so be using that aspiration.
그렇습니다.
Precisely.
그 가모인간이 제일 높아 보이는
And part of looking on bad GM move favors you, don't you?
가산청
Maybe you should give us a bonus point or something. This is definitely going to go great. Yeah, nothing will go wrong. We'll do the evaluation fine and then just get the bow in one go and then just get out and everyone will be happy and Honglu won't be depressed. Yeah, that's why I put that family has a deep interest in Dante there, because I got a feeling this would happen. Pushes up glasses. So that's what we'll be using Honglu for. What's another group of people that want Dante's head? You know, some members of the fandom that find them attractive. First Canto to be 1 point long.
그건
네,
Shit, I skipped something.
이제 제 차례가 돌아온 거죠.
That is. Yes, you're right. It's my turn to be used.
언제 오셨어요?
Hanglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you'll back pretty soon, huh? Essentially what I just said. Good sign called crass, depending on how you cut it. Hanglu, you don't have to. Don't mind what she just said.
걸러들을
But why
필요가
would I
없었-
mind it?
저의 쓰임새는
My use is to be the ticket and participate in the Hierarchy Corps. The only option for a name they go named Bow and H Corp. She didn't say anything wrong. Your use?
이왕 쓰이는 거
Well,
모두가
if
기뻐할
you'll
수
be
있는
using
걸로
me,
흘러가게 되면
hopefully this will
좋겠네요.
be an outcome we can all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하게.
Verily, such outcome would be best, yet
아까도 눈이
young
마주쳤는데
Shichen had already exhaled with great gusto out of her nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
시춘이하고는
Wow, Shichen. Honglu's eyes twinkled briefly, as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Shichen again. You can see the eyebrows again.
비록 지금은 다시
We're
원래
back to not being on
돌아갔지만
speaking terms again, but
잠깐이라도 꼭
it was as though I'd gone back in time, back to when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고
But we can't go back to the past.
않은 시절이죠.
방금 뭐라고 했어?
What did you say?
지금 제정신으로 그 말을
Are you
나한테
drunk
한
or
거야?
something? Did you really just say that to me? Oh my, what a stupid thing of me to ask.
오빠는 평생 취한 적
You've never been drunk in your life.
언제나
Your
저를
mind's
하고
always been
있으면
so damn clear.
어차피 내가 이렇게 화내고 소리치는
None of this matters to you, does it?
오빠에겐 아무런
Even when I get
상관도
angry or
없는
you
거
when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it? Just what happened to you that day?
무슨 일이 있었길래
How can someone become so... Shichen, I...
됐어? 마음대로
Forget it. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do.
한 명쯤은
It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. In that memory, Honglu. was wearing a quiet smile, even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연인 한
At the end of all things, these connections between people, they're just moments, ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든
So what I want doesn't matter.
없답니다.
Honglu, a sinner so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought there was this kind of guy he was, someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I've become to realize there was something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family hierarchy war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네.
I don't, and I have.
생각하고
It's just the
있어요.
way things work out, right?
관리자님,
Executive manager.
저자의
It is true that his value judgment will have no tangible influence on this company's direction.
파우스트도 동의합니다.
Faust is in
수감자에게 작전
agreement.
수행에 대한
Sinners do
거부감을
not have the right to refuse their missions.
그건 사실일 테요.
That may be true, yet
그에 따르는
I
마음의
find it unnecessary to turn away and neglect the suffering conditions of their hearts, stemming from their obligation to their missions.
마음의 상태라.
Conditions of their hearts? But perhaps unnecessarily peering to them is how we beget suffering.
그것이 무슨
What manner of?
이곳 대관원에서
Back
머물고
then,
있었던
when I
분이죠?
lived here in Dongguan,
제게는 수많은
So-
선택지가
so many
끊임없이
choices
지나쳐가고
passed
있어요.
before my eyes.
다른 가문에 그 아이를 죽여야 하는지
Should I kill the child who was from a different family? Should I even survive? Should I walk past the dying boy? Should I stop to help him?
도와줘야
Eyebrows
하는지.
again.
처음에는 제가 무언가
When they were
선택했어요.
first presented to me, I tried to make a choice,
하지만 그 선택이 아무 의미가 없는
but it did not take long for me to realize that my choices meant nothing.
그래서 저는 어떤
So I decided not to choose at all.
그게 지금의 저예요.
And that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하기
There's so
전
many wonderful things about joining Limbus company, but
제가 무언가 선택하지
I
않았을
think my favorite part of the experience was that I was never given a choice. Teehee?
조금
That's
이상한 것 같아.
definitely kind of weird.
어라?
Huh?
분위기가 조용해졌네.
Looks like things have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠.
There was enough discussion of private matters. There's much ground for us to cover.
그럼 1차 대전의 계획에 대해
Let us begin by discussing our plan for the first round. The next morning. There is still some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지
What
않았지만
may be the purpose of these scarecrows, veiled in nocturnal shadows they wore at yesternight?
아, 아직도
Oh,
있었네요.
they're still here.
이곳에 자제들이 거쳐
There are training courts next to every building where the children of this place live.
걷고 뛸 나이가
Here,
됐지만
every child of waking running age will get to play with these dummies.
놀이라.
Play. The education is important.
조기 교육.
수업이랑 어떻게 노는
Yet,
것인가?
how does one play with this damage? And what a pair that this damage is done with more dashing piece of fashion for its head.
아, 그건 제가
Ah,
7살 때 처음
That's the
받았던
first dummy I
허수아비예요.
received when I was 7.
그때 말이죠.
Back then,
허수아비도
I
때리면
thought even these dummies could feel pain when stuck.
모든 어린아이
Such was the blissful illuminations of all those who were once children.
그럼 여기에 태어난
So,
아이들은
Is it like tradition for kids born here to formally know how to fight?
아, 그건
Oh,
아니에요.
not exactly.
우와, 이번에 할머니가 형한테 선물로 주셨다는 게.
Wow, so this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro?
맞아. 그런데
Yep.
아직
I don't know how it
잘
works
모르겠어.
though.
옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나
Must be a doll or an effigy for dress up. Perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets.
보호형 집을 지켜주는 수호신 같은 걸지도 몰라.
Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big bro, by you?
걸씨고
Oh boy.
이건 말이지.
Here, let me show you how it's done.
놈이 할머니가 준 선물을 때렸어.
Why you punch Grandma's gift? Hmm?
그렇게 하면
Don't you
아파하지
think you're
않을까?
hurting it?
아파해?
Hurt it? Really now? This wooden thing?
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게
It's mine. They have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된 수목인이군.
This WTD isn't so bad. What's a WTD? Way too... no.
생각보다 정교하게 설계된 물건 같은.
It's wooden training dummy appears are designed and crafted with some pieces engineering craftsman with precise engineering craftsman. Weapon training dummy. You are so right. Wooden. Smarter swap. Precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time until our departure, so why don't we try using them for a warm-up exercise? I don't want to get all sweaty though. Wow.
위험한 것도 아니고.
It's not like this feels pose us any danger. Words spoken before disaster. I think we can try them out once just to see what we're doing today.
전하 제군들.
Attention! I have executive orders from the manager, executive manager. From this moment forth, we shall pull over to laying dishonored wounds. This raining to blah, blah, blah. We have orders from the executive manager. From this moment forth, we will put all of our into laying other wounds into these training dummies. Hey, I didn't give an order. Oh wow, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now.
전원 돌격.
All forces, charge! I said in the most non-enthusiastic tone possible. Oh, they are just training dummies.
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Oh, they have little faces. Upgradable training dummy. If this unit failed to hit with skill, can crash power up. Remember the basics. If this unit is hit by 4 or more attack skills, to all enemies that attack this unit, 1 attack power up. Oh, so this is a kill it over and over training dummy. Okay. Don't worry, Oris Canto is the last one.
작지로도 맞았나? 적군이 더 강해진 것 같아.
Oh, the ground is fucked up.
총원 돌격.
부탁하자. 오케이, 움직임이 어설퍼요.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
심표를.
유효타 좋아. 그래서 집중하지.
문제의 준비야.
Oh, rip the dummies.
방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는 걸.
Why are we actually getting like hyped up combat music to fight trainee dummies? What is even going on?
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 아하, 비껴 베어버렸군.
Cliff.
다음 목표로.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Just because I think it would be funny to do this. Is this increased by... Yep. Go. Kill.
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 보지. 깨어져라.
좋아. 방금은 전략이 승이야. 계속.
Hopefully this time I'll blow both heads.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는
Never mind.
저놈을 쫙.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
Yeah, that was me hitting the table. Sorry if it was loud. For a cow, Joe.
비껴 베어버렸군.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어.
Look, now everyone has nebulize. Shallow exhale.
즐기고
Wait,
계신가요?
maybe I read it wrong. Oh no, it's tax food encounter. They're dead anyway, but I'm gonna do it the funny way.
타깃 포착. 1시 반. 마침표를.
Funny. We beat up the dummies. We're now dummyless.
아, 오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Holy shit, this place goes up.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
The game be like, no, your ADs are too weak, you won't do it. Throws pride resonance in your face. Oh, more dummies.
응원하는
This one is different. This one is spiked. Legally distinct dummy.
즐겁겠군.
혈이.
Oh, hold on, I got staggered.
아군 대열이 무너졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
된다면 서울을 건넌다.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게.
Maybe we can do the better version and listen to the whole Odyssey view the musical.
그 삶의 마침표를. 마무리.
Headshot.
유효타 좋아.
못 준비야.
Faust, why? If you're also staggered, that would be... Okay, you didn't.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
What does this even cost? 1 sloth, 1 gloom, 5 pride. What does her cost? Wrath, lust, 5 pride.
즐겁겠군.
살을 세우는
Go forward, my Limbus limbs. Kill.
육청.
저놈을 쏙!
움직임의 어설파야. 그 삶의 마침표를.
좋아. 방금은 전략이
흉터의
계속
결과를
해보자. 탱고더. 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
Because funny. Hopefully this well, no, even if you execute, she won't jump to anyone else. Because no one now has
영원한 참으로 인도하지.
Who this hit?
원망도
Both heads.
소용이 없었으니 그 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
Oh shit, it did.
그러지.
탱고더. 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
Define for Gord.
물의 배들.
Like, did you have the guaranteed ticket, or are you going to shout?
이번을 준비.
아하, 비껴 베어버렸군.
흉한 목표로.
Was she free? I thought you had to go for both of them. How refreshing.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네 이거.
I guess morning workouts really do work you up. Yeah. I remember asking if I should remind you, but then you telling me not to bother because if you wanted to play, then you would remember to play.
매번 큰일 있기 전에
We got so used to getting tussles before the real meat of the mission that
이렇게까지 몸을 풀어야
morning feels incomplete without some action.
그래도 유의미한
Nevertheless, this was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍무 씨는
So we've been meaning to ask
지금까지
Honglu,
가주대전에
why have you never
참여해봤을
considered
것도
participating in the family hierarchy war before?
다른 형제자매분들은
It seems all of your other siblings have been waiting and training on the lines for this event.
단순해요.
It's simple,
가주가 되고 싶다고 생각한 적이
because I never once thought I wanted to be the family hierarch. Being the family hierarch would be like my bad end.
정말로
Is it
다행이지
not
않니?
truly most fortunate?
목을 물고 태어나지 않았다면
Had you not been born of the Jedi, my son, you have to toil all your life preparing for the family hierarch war like your other siblings do. You need to waste your strength on those things to win the favor of the elders in Jiamu, venerated be their blessing. Simply witness as much of the world has to offer, Jade of our family, my precious son, about you. More memories. What's wrong? He said. You seem kind of distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어 주었던
It is to do with the plan that Miss Foss explained to us last night.
나는 사실 그리
I find the
단단치가
plan
않소.
rather detestable.
저도요.
Me too.
하지만
But Hong said he's okay with it, so
그런데 그걸 계획이라고
can we even call it a plan if we're being honest here?
행동의 지침과 기대 목표가
It matches the definition of a plan, given that it illustrates certain instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고 가주
And
대전에
please remember that
두 번째
there are no
기회는
second chances in the family hierarchy war. one shot.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 오늘은
To
제사비로
be free from
손해를 메울
aging
필요가
and
없네요.
death.
보호트라님 외 12인 철벽당 입성하십니다.
Oh, this place is ominous. Music kinda bangs though. Young Master Boyu and his 12 companions arriving at Tubi Town, elevated virescent Jade Hall. We entered the hall where our first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrivals with a resounding holler we were going to expect.
투기장이네요. 경기장 같은 형태인가.
Arena on a stadium, we see.
손님들이 제법 많은 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
We have many eyes on us, executive manager. I look up to see that the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces. And on the platform at the opposite of the hall, there were three shadows of chairs that could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to other participants in the circular area in the center. So were the elevations happening past those curtains? Are you? See someone you recognize?
아니요. 괜찮아요.
No, it's nothing, Dante.
다시 만나도
Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면
Maybe we'll have another chance later, if fate wills it.
시작하나 보네요.
Oh, hey, I think it's finally getting started. The curtain slid open, and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquets walked out into the platform.
나는 운이 따라주어 오래전 가모의 자리에 올랐지만은 장관 세월이 지나 이제는 이 자리를 내려놓고 산하를 흘러다니려 한다.
I feel like her voice is just better for this because I cannot narrate in her correct voice.
그리하여 앉았던 자리는 공석이 될진저 자격을 갖춘 자는 이를 메워야 할지니 가씨, 설씨, 왕씨, 사씨가의 기둥들로 이루어진 이 대관원에 우리가 하루도 잊지 않고 추구하던 하나의 질문에 대한 답을 그대들은 전력을 다하여 찾아왔을 것이라 믿는다.
제 첫째 누나인 원추 누나예요.
She's my big sister, Big Six Yachan.
큐사의 아주 높으신 분과
She's married a very important person in PQ Corp and spent most of her times there, in the queer district. Looks like she's visiting for the event.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이지만 고르게 정을 나누고 전륜의 지성을 다할 수 있도록 잠시 자리하였으니
Though I have resided long enough for a nest, I am now returned fleeting to share the love of my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety.
최선을 다해
I return that the
진리를
truth shall be
살피겠노라.
observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는 순종하고
Some of you may have walked a
누군가는
laid path
천만
gentle to your
고비를
feet,
이 해답을
yet some of you have
가져왔으니
struggled for an unlaid burial path of cracked mountains and a thousandfold found your answers.
하지만
Yet,
일차
regardless of the
신선의
severity of your suffering, all of you equally have but one opportunity for the first round.
그럼에도 그대들은 모두 이
Even still,
대관원의
you are all
후계자들이었으며
once prospective heirs of the Great House, even if your filial shall be power and perspective to Dongguan Yuan. Her eyes are kind of weird, because it kind of seems like she has spirals in her eyes, right? Maybe it's just me.
이제부터 호명하는
Now,
순서대로 나와.
come find the Lord of your summon and
불사,
demonstrate the infallible
장생의
answers to the
진귀한
question of
해답을
three
시험하라.
freedoms. One from aging, one from death, and one from the brevity of life. Nagoropa's character. Yep.
시연이 불가하다면
If the nature of your answer is to
증거를
be
내보여야 한다.
demonstrable, present ironclad proof.
놓치지 말고
Lose not,
버리지
and discard not. Let fresh youth be unending and eternal. After their respective speeches, Gia Yucha and Gia Mu disappear behind the curtains on top of the platform.
첫 번째 참가자
First candidate. Seems a hung little feather assumed the role of the host for the first round.
왕씨 가문의
Ren.
인
Ren? Holy shit! I'm so happy for him. Ren of the Huang family. Why does it sound so sticky when they walk? Ren's Wang, that's crazy. Wang Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Oh, that's why he sounded sticky. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope towards the platform.
빨리 와라, 멍청한 것.
Hurry up, foolish thing.
누구를
Wait.
데려가는 거죠?
Who are they dragging up to the stage?
저 정도의 움직임이면
However it is,
강제로
they
끌고
clearly
가는
don't want to be here.
불로불사.
To be free from aging and death. Oh.
태어날 때 주어진 몸.
Suppose everyone dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with. Each corpus suited for mortality probably isn't special in that regard. Yep, it's a blood bag. He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes, unfocused and red, mouth slick with drool dribbling down the mouth guard, meaningless snarling. This is a mindless blood bag. How does a blood thing become an answer to mortality?
일반 사람들의
In
시선에서는
layman's eyes,
불로와
blood
가깝게
things may appear
느껴질
to
수도
have truly
있겠지만
attained freedom from aging.
저희는 이미 알고 있다시피
However, as we are all aware,
할부 또한
blood things can go on weak
못하는
after a long period of
늙고
blood
쇠약해집니다.
deprivation.
짐작컨대
Thus, it is unlikely to provide the answer they seek.
한참 멀 것이라고.
After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged kicking and growling past the curtains atop the platform. Yeah, I'm still here.
그것이 소문으로나 들리던
So the
혈기라는 것인가?
creature is the fabled blood thing then? Wait a fucking minute.
저걸로 되겠나? 아는 사람이 몇 없긴 해도 심사를 맡고 계신 분들에겐 고리타분한 주제일 텐데 말이야.
I doubt they would do the job. Blood things would be quite indeed esoteric knowledge, but to the judges of this contest, I doubt they are anything but more than lot-forming trivia. The background chatter for this. Is it in English? It is in English! They really went and found like free open just background source that people using fucking audio visual novels like one that someone really likes. Class of 09. Royalty free sounds.
That one kid was being pretty desperate, huh?
저거는 게으른 거 아닌가?
He's either lazy as balls, or that boy ain't riding the upstairs.
생각보다 혈귀.
It appears that the knowledge of blood fiends is oddly common amongst this ilk.
본래 혈기는
Indeed,
각 둥지에 퍼져 있으니
blood fiends are present in every
알만한
nest.
자는 아는
Tis little surprise that those privy to arcane knowledge are well aware of their existence. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Van Gran and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform.
가주 심사 후보
Wang Gran, candidate of the family hierarchy, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. Pause at Discover and Reddit to farm karma. Ah. I don't have a Reddit account. Actually, I do. But I'm sure someone has done that already. And I'm still streaming, so I can't really do that. Yes, it would be possible to clip and post it on there. But yeah. Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered,
왕이
thus announcing Wang Ran's results for the round 1 of the family hierarchy evaluation. Elimination. No. Listen, all they need is blood. As long as you supply them with enough blood, they will be eternal everlasting. Venerable Jimu, please.
아니 영원하지
Hey.
않을 거라니.
What awaits them is no eternity at all.
심사하는 자들의
Verily, I know not the shape of this true immortality the village seeketh to attain yet.
피에 종속되어 영원히
The longevity of a blood fiend shackled by blood and endless longing is unlikely to be one. What? But those damned hunters told me they still retain all of their memories. To become a blood fiend just went all the desires and emotions that mixed within thy being to a single hunger for blood and only blood. They speak Angrish.
끝없이 불행한 삶만이 남아.
Perhaps there is an acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their life. Yet, those with so much to lose, with much life to cling to, as those present seem to. The fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. It is but a sinking shackle to enslave their minds. A member of Baoyu's faction has given an excellent reply. No further evaluation is necessary. And you have failed to bring us a higher kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. We cannot even commend your efforts. Here, Ren of the Wang family. They have spoken, and mercifully giving you the full explanation of their mistake. A privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. And then he gets executed. Oh. Into the pit he goes. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Ran and the blood back to its depth, a blood gargling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass. That's just for dramatic effect, right? It's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Looney Tunes spint, yeah. Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like heat from the depths? You've been on your sense of humor, huh? This is a pretty nasty jokes, though. Where does that hole lead? Judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall, I presume it goes quite far down. Oh yeah, I guess it is. An NPC gets introduced, dies. I did intend it with more character defense would like he gets introduced and then dies. Like character we're supposed to grow attached with. But I guess this does also apply to
this. I had an issue of not having enough space to do like a character that's beloved gets introduced and fucking dies, but I guess this serves as well. There probably will be another character regardless, so we're gonna be introduced, everyone likes them, that they die. Yeah, probably it's a place with a lot of old family secrets. Oh, not treasures of course, but trying to figure that out might get you a visit from the Hay Show, probably? They went all out of the triatic, so yeah, and we could very well be the one screams and falling down that hole later. The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock. Second candidate hails from the Shure family. We sat through quite a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly we're talking about behind the candidates, like the very loud and obvious brought back. The answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so... Oh, shit, fuck. Be gone. I had to go onward the shadows of the desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one. B-H. B-A-H. It means boring as hell. The longer we watch the death toll rise, the less shocking they became. Are they planning to fail everyone? And candidate Bouchai of the Shu family. Oh look, we know her. She was technically a competition, but it seemed like she managed to give the Sinners quite a positive impression. Evil! With yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. I think so. Also realize someone has gotten really lucky, someone where I could have been going with this line or this line, because it's randomly generated. Oh wait, I was talking without showing the big. I realized someone technically could already win if they had either of the middle ones using the free space. Because we have 3.5 because of Grandma. But still, technically a win. I should have been more objective with my meanings of what would classify and what wouldn't. But that's kind of skillish on my part. Spray the gay away. Actually, don't. I will never. It works. We couldn't see exactly what it was Shui Baochai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtains. Baochai of the Shui family passes, obviously. After her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtain, appeared to have gone better than we expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Baochai immediately turned in our direction, our home looked to be exact. Wow, but were you watching me? And began sadly waving her hand. Wait, really? Oh, the bingo is still on screen, not you made bingo. Oh, I see. She passes. The podium beneath her remains shut. Passing connection it may have been, yet you will wish to see a familiar face claimed by the piece. Thus, I am glad.
17th candidate, Yoshichan of the Gia family. In Shichan terms. She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. Where's Wei?
비로소 얻었나 보네요.
She held in her hands a tightly sealed gourd bottle full of water from the one river she talked about. She found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then. Impossible. She reach leave?
정말 그곳에 도달했을 가능성은
The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitive minuscule.
물론 천문학적
There's an infinitesimal statistical possibility that she could have reached the river yet. Not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountain head of one of the deepest fathom. This becomes even more impossible considering the relative short patches of time since then and now. A more likely explanation may be she obtained the waters by collecting its dew, or a portion of what has seeped out. Alas, the river's waters serve if only to put slumber to one's memory. Pray, doth it truly hold a link to immortality they seek? Yes, it is likely closely connected to immortality of the mind, they pursue. As there are but an extreme small amount of people privy to the knowledge of the rivers, if the countess of the waters of Genuines, Faust expects her to pass. Faust really said, it is possible, but I've seen her rose. I doubt her ass would not make it. Shichun of the Gia family passes. You have brought before us a priceless treasure. I must have taken unparalleled effort to obtain this, given the meager size of your clan. Thank you, big sister Yochun. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Xia Chichen brought before them. Twigs. Oh yeah, daily reset. N Corp. I fucking... Actually, we have to wait to see if it actually is N Corp for a second. Because I need to use the bathroom real quick. So I'm just gonna leave you guys here with the screen.
Hello? I'm back. Anyway, back to Limbus. And Corp. And gluttony and gloom. Can I take? I can take units. Cool. Do I have anyone that already has the new? Of course, someone already does.
어디서 햄 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
지위를 받는 건 오랜만.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
배우던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
The pit of death where people fall to their death.
그 다음 18번째 참가자.
Next, 18th candidate.
대체 몇 명이나 있는 거야?
Bloody hell, there's so many people in this household.
바시 가문의
One of the Gia family. You did not get a whole ass golden outfit just for this. Wait, no, that's the all eagle outfit. And also that's the hunter or sniper eagle outfit. Why do you guys have eagle technology? Our first meeting with the men was less than amicable, and I had strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Jahuan walked up to the platform. All felt challenged, hearing a familiar name. Bastard. I could feel that some of the scenes were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man closely followed Junwan, holding what appeared to be an egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face, and seen him many times in Yi Sung's memories. Yeah, if this is 18th, we had what? Yeah, possibly 15 deaths. Don't they? And you're seeing what they're saying? Eagle gears. I can speculate they have identified their own method of extraction or have scavenged them from lobotomy corp. Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality. Wait, no, that's two of them. That is technically both Herman at N Corp cameo, and someone brings abnos to the family hierarchy evaluation. Yep. Is there anything else? No. Would this and everyone hate at that moment? No, I think it needs to be something more personal for everyone to really get upset. Right now they're just kinda mad, but not upset. Are they planning to just offer them an abnormality egg? How's that an answer to anything?
저지에 달렸지.
While there is room for interpretation,
환상체 역시
some may present a reasonably argument interpretation that abilities are to enable immortality.
어떤 환상체의 아닌지가
So the linchpin of their success hinges on which immortality act that ends up being.
하지만 제가 아는 가완
If it's Big Brother Gia, one I know, he's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail. One of the Gia family passes the first evaluation. Mine is... yeah, it's... I have missing 3 here, 3 here. I forgot to start. I'm also missing like these 3, these 3, these 3, and these 2. Yes, there is contempt, that's what I said. Barb, who wasn't paying attention to what I said. Sniff, snarf, how could you? Contrary to most of our wishes, Jiang Wan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. As in... the butterfly coffin? Along the way. One of them bought a ticket booth, and one of them presented a cage so tiny we couldn't see what was within. Wait, was it a good Lewis Dickinson reference? Oh! Oh, I see. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them were scared screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we watched all the candidates come and go, people from Animal Corp, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에는 이른 시간.
Yet early it is for twilight to arrive. Thus early too is this meeting of ours. As to prove his own words back at LCE, that he has come to accept certain things as they are, he sang coldly regarding his old friend who was now working for N-Corp. You must find this small and barren Spider-Verse quite enjoyable. I have not seen you jest as do now since the league fell. For what do you now approach? Fuck. For what do you now approach me? The rift too great betwixt us to chatter on with any affection to speak of. Do not mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought as might as well see how you were faring. Wait, I want to look at this, because I know it's German. Der Flussschütze? Wait, no, it's the fancy you. Flush. Flacht? Okay, but help, how pronounce this? Flachschütze?
가주대전이 열리니 모두들 대관원으로 돌아오는구나.
Like I say, everyone's coming back to Dongguan now that the family hierarchy already started, brother. This is the first time meeting since then, right? If it isn't a tottish fool who has eyes but not how to see, I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with a version, but even a brief mention of the word hierarch. So, why are you here?
I mean, kinda slaps.
저 냄새나는 것들이란
Who are you and your stinky entourage working for this time?
네 역겨운 속을 모르고
Is that swear girl blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within? Or is it Shichun, who still defends you and your meaningless false, profound spiel, deluding her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood?
왜 살리지 않았지?
Why didn't you save him? No, let me ask you a different question.
바꾸지. 왜 그 애만 살린 것이냐, 가보.
Why did you save her? And only her, Giaballo.
형,
Brother,
사람은
humans die.
죽기 마련이야.
It is what they're born to do. Him having beef with a child, that's always crazy. Fall.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다.
The next candidate will join soon.
자리로 돌아가주십시오.
Candidates must return to their seats. Which seats? Bitches are standing!
죽어있는 시종 따위가
You're a servant. You're barely even a living thing.
돌아가지.
Let us return. This discourse will not burn any food. What's this? A reunion party? Tsk. They sure saw the things. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again. Beefing with a 5-year-old is crazy, but I would too if they articulate sentences like that. Yeah, I can see. Maybe. But something about them feels different today.
어느 쪽이든
Whichever is the case, the safest option would be to place higher than them. Another one falls.
이걸 지켜보고 있는 사람이
His family has to be watching, right? I wonder if they'll be okay. Sinclair murders, watch another candidate fall down the trapdoor. I can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like. Sinclair, the people behind us. His parents. The guy who just fell.
저런 걸 자식이라고
We raised that failure as our son. What a pathetic disappointment. Don't worry, I have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we expected anything from this one, right? Now I see what he means. To delegate your whole life to becoming family hierarch.
많은 분들이 가족가
Many people at this point feel the state of family hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to
자신과 친하고
have a friend or a close blood relative become family hierarch instead.
직접 가져가 되지 않는
So they seek to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they control in the family hierarchy, without becoming one themselves.
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이 짧지.
That's kinda got a low shelf life.
이런 뜻하지 않은
Looks like I finally got to know how my long lost siblings are doing. Thanks to this unforeseen opportunity. 27 candidate. Pen of the Schwer family. Okay. Serving. No one has a talisman like that is straight. Also, he just looks skin tone like a Zhao Shi.
어디서 들어본 것 같은.
Shrepan? Have we heard their name before? Ah,
누나의 오라버니
he speaks his Bauchai's older brother. Too many siblings! Yet again! Wait, who is... Bouchai? Oh. The evil one. Shape-Pen hawks up the platform. How it appears to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered all over it. Hey, is it just me? Or does that guy look like he's totally messed up or something? Let's be honest, who here doesn't? Yeah, but that sounds different. Instead of ascending to a platform into the curtains, he walked up to the podium. Mate, looks like he completely lost the plot. Canada Shape-Pen, he was sent to the platform and entered the curtain threshold. Where's the funny walking down the straight forward road? It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone, wouldn't you agree? Good thing we got the siblings crossed already before. Yep. Shadow milk cookie? He places the jar on the ground. And from within, a desiccated hand emerges. Pathetic sorcerer's trickery. Real motives with palpable distaste. Why is he... What the heck is that? Corpses. The desiccated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of wallpapers crawled out of the jar and began to shamble. They're neither distortions nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags, a sub-entity observed by anomalies, and the semblance of conscience has been stripped from them. They're attacking indiscriminately. But it seems they're just as intent on maiming and killing whoever can get their claws on. Executive manager, you must prepare for battle. Your orders. Okay, that was actually really good voice acting, holy shit. The jar monster set up upon the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their jars. Why aren't the organizers doing anything? This is still an event hosted by Wing, isn't it? Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy or that prohibits bringing harm to other people. So they're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? What the hell? Oh! Jar. People are getting stuff into jars. Also... Wait, no, that's me. I'm gone! Oh, I'm back. Here's the current bingo in case you missed. We circled out Herman and N-Corp and someone Briggs Abenos. And then the older brother of the girl that I keep calling Evo step in. He looks like this, by the way. He just looks like a Joshi. Step in, place down a gourd. Monsters emerge from the gourds and are attacking everyone. Also, he's extremely limply whips, right? What do we do now? Should we step in? I should probably survive and ensure your safe participation in the family hierarchy war. Yeah, I also need you to tell me how to say the Flushutze. Fluch? Is that the first CH? Is it the R variation because of the S that comes behind it? Because I'm guessing it's the R sound and then the silent S sound afterwards. So Fluchschutze? Schulte. Fluchschulte? What the hell are these? Get away from me! As the monsters began to swarm in, some kind of scattered and ran away, but some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. A simultaneous reminder of Sod and the contestant's smile.
I was simultaneously reminded of Saul and the confident smile she flashed at me when she reassured that we'd be able to pass the first round of little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down.
최선을 다해보자. 아이, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Nail Jar Monster. No, Talisman Jar Monster. Nail Jar Monster. Monster from the Gorge and Devour Jar of Loneliness. Off markers, eliminate the rupture. Okay. Poison? Okay, so they will hit, it will hurt, and you don't want to be hit. Understood. So it's otherwise just... Is this your ass free? God damn it, it is. Yeah, that's free. This.
이번 전투는 쉽게 갈 수 있을까? 다들 상태가 별로야. 아니, 아군의 상태를 잘 살피는 것도 관리자 일 아니야? 자, 저기 잘 생각해보라고.
끝났습니다.
방금 전략했습니다. 계속 밀어주지 않아.
I love when IADs roll really low for no fucking reason. Yes, please die. You're negative, sanity ID. You want to die. Those are unbreakable coins. Okay. No taken. Oh, so that's something people have been upset about. I see. Please kill Mersault. That did not kill Mersault. Why are you rolling so bad with already high sanity? You actually want you to die because your thing pops up when you die. Yes, don't nibble them. Oh, that's bad. Did he just climb on top of me? Yes, good, he died.
생각만 해도 아프네. 관리자 임마!
끝났습니다.
Yes, we found the moment where the fight becomes hard in this canto. Go, Lasso.
이미 정해진 이야기를 따라 이쪽에 맞게 살아가시길.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어.
And this one, they're just dead, whatever. Gene resonance. Resonance of the gene.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군. 다음 먹잇감이
The thumb?
움직였으면 좋겠어.
Wait. The thumb is the Italian mafia coded one. Are we getting Carlo? Yeah, that was his name, right?
급행 주문이군요.
지위를
나 훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어. 나 훌륭한
급행 주문.
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
Yeah, the one with the hot guy. Also, there was two other offices where there was a hot old man. But the farm is also where Carlo is. And he's the hot guy from Library of Ruina. With the, like, gun hand. Oh, it's more of these guys.
힘내게 해보자고.
Kindly perish. Oh, that hurts.
다들 상태가 별로야. 아니, 아군의 상태를 잘 살피는 것도 관리자 일 아니야?
흑순 뒷박질 주문.
Does this kill? Nope. Okay, it does. Winning. There's a little dance. Give me the old man. I do not care about these folder enemies anymore. I want to see old man. Give.
흑순 뒷박질 주문. 끝내줘.
좋다. 좋아. 관리하겠습니다. 계속 밀어붙이자.
아직 죽지 마.
Ooh. Wait, that's a motif. Leitmotiv. Spin.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
How many snake arms do you have? 2. Okay, that's enough.
오지 말랬잖아.
Why is Gregor at 0 sanity? Have you not been clashing? I'm missing Lust. I hate it here. Oh, fuck it then. Wait, no. Are you guys resistant to... Wait, no, you're weak to have... But normal... No. Endure, weak to pierce, and do everything else. Okay. Helpful. Negative coin as identity, by the way. Well, please execute him. Go, Heathcliff. Show us the thumb. Oh, look, people dead. Or remain inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the Arsenal's seed had fled, as the seeds were once brimming with people who were now only half filled, literally, because some people were cleaved in half. In the candidates' zone down, there was literally a body of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten that field, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasure they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. Oh yeah, here's the diva himself. Amidst all of this destruction stood the cause of this chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. How will you obtain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom from death, with a mind so dual and body so frail? What say you, judges? I present to before you not only the exclusive mortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here's my answer to the perennial question. Yeah, no Carl nameplate, again. So you have brought us the clay of the jar. It can be said that those who were failed to survive this are not qualified the family hierarchy candidates, yes? Pan of the Shrew family passes. He gets to pass when he almost got everyone here killed. All that matters is that what he brought meets their standards. Looks like he managed to get two birds with one stone. He eliminated the distracting rebel from the competition. If we ever run to the best of Route 2, you better let me take more than 6 swings at him. 28th candidate, Shi Donzang from the Shi family. But no one walked up to the front. As he has failed to appear, he's eliminated by default. 5 booms for him. Jia Shijang called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate, 30th candidate. The number of candidates is clearly being called, but none appeared. Disappointingly, MB. Mediocre bullshit? Mediocre bunch. Yeah, and the mediocre bunch got wiped from their attack. And the leftovers are exhausted. Sorry your brother died in the jar, freaks. I gave him 5 big booms. Ryoshu looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. Huh? That luck. He is from the thumb, because you can see. Is that a gun blade, actually? he's from the Thumb, because the Thumb is one of the few factions that is allowed or has enough money to have bullets, as you can see by his belt. Why does he look like that? I don't like him. I don't know, but he has a gunblade, as you can see. With the detailing on his suit, and also the other things, this would strike me as like an overlord outfit for him to use as gunblade or gunbreaker. But that's fun from the sweetie. That mod. Wait! Well, oh, B. For the gun and vanished into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around here? Girl, wait, what? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say aye, eh? Ryoshu? The guy's talking to you, right? And a very, very raw display of raw emotion. I realized that she was anxious and furious. Oh, do you know him? What an absolute unity. Bloke's got to be at least 2 meters tall. Then I'll look at the man, Dante, and everyone avert your eyes as well. It is strongly recommended that we not say a word towards him, to him. That's right, you shrimps. You gotta first rack them teasy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you can come close to my rank before running your mouths. You hear? That shithead lay hung. Here's a finger. The farm is a syndicate of the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchy structure, even amongst the fingers. And his placement in the hierarchy is the highest even among their capos. His rank is immediately beneath the position of Soto Capo, or underboss. Small mistake drags in the body we do not want to fight. Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that if we're this close to have another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Which Ricardo is still flying out there somewhere. Yeah, let's avoid that. Those false asks, everyone. Lay Hand began stopping his way through the crowd towards us, casually, forcefully shoving anyone his way to the side. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed that he had his eyes fixed intently on Ryoshu. Seemed that amongst the crowd there were some people in higher position as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched comfortably through the frozen crowd, as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a loud cry rang out from the crowd. Oh, he's dead. You there, you big brute! How dare you block young master's Nagong Shi Huan view? I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nagong family. The house that should be one of the 4 houses. Instead of a reply, we heard a burst of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Hang forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongues out through the mouth. Is gonna present to Ryoshu like as a gift. Young Master Nagong Shihan, ain't ya? You owe me an arm now. Mighty sorry, but I should have kept a tighter leash on your balls jawing. Kinda hard, I guess. The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand, though it was clear that he was utterly terrified. Lei Heng proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig. I went easy on ya, boy. Seeing your friendly face put him in a good mood. Anywho, I don't reckon I missed the spider's house. Hey, Can't imagine why anyone would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too whenever I gotta swing by. We got some catching up to do later. I'll teach you how to teach soldiers sword real good right like back at the when. Weren't mine the best out of them all? I thought I taught you how to make every cut real fucking delicious. Yoshu, now is not yet the time. That is for next Kanto. Please do not spoil the plot. I will kill you. Faust whispered to Ryoshi in a low voice without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second. Faust stressed that he still remembered the promise made prior to employment. Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to beat you up. I sure as hell and try to teach you a lesson like way back when. Your baby's still at the house, ain't that right? Ryoshi was grabbing the hilt of the sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey. Am I wrong about that? I just had incarnation happen then. Ain't exactly nose deep in them fellers' business, you gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Yeah, now ain't that something? So, you're really fixing to unsheath that blade. Miss Ryoshi? In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshi's name. Ryoshi. What? Huh? What? Ah, dang it, what in the gosh darn... Ah, my bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. You gotta understand. Alrighty then, I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. Yoshihide. That strange man then turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire house loudly and boisterously as he answers the call. He's gotta be here for the family hierarchy war, right? The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines the intended future of H Corp, which brings parties of varying, possibly clashing interests here. He's my favorite from this Canto so far, he was so goofy. He was... I am confused. We should mark the Ryoshi crash out because originally, as it is phrased here, it is crashing out about family. Because I thought my idea of it was that she would crash out because of Honglu's adherence to family when family is something that she kinda doesn't give a shit about, as is shown multiple times. And she just kinda detests the fake community needed of family. I guess our child was mentioned, but that's kind of it. Yeah, that's the thing that makes me be uncertain of. Because, where's the other question? This one as well. You're not just questioning out about if it's questioning out about Honglu being special and her not, when she wanted to be special. So I think because of that I'm gonna avoid marking it for now. And later, if it turns out that no one managed to bingo and this was the one missing, then we can just accept that as being the one that was missing. Because there is a chance no one bingos since I made these and they are just my predictions. So we'll have to see. Hey Heathcliff, noticing that you're much ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like with the middle. I know a thing about the turn found back from my syndicate dates, and what happened with the middle. Like I said, I had no bloody idea who those things belonged to. Besides, that sword,
more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The farm commands its own matter of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. After all sharing impressions of Lei Han, I found Ryoshu was frozen in place in the same position she had been when Lang Fang walked past her, spacing out. Oh, the way to the pinky, huh? Oh shit, fuck. Thank you. Ryoshu muttered something to herself, as even further chaos was about to overtake the call-in candidate. 42nd candidate, Jiao Chu. As each chain called upon the next candidate, and at the mention of the name, the cameras had held this fall immediately silent to hush silence. Oh, the big guy! Him. Wait, these two are new? Woman with suspicious purple eyes and purple theming. Zhao Chichu walked to the platform, unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to Zhao Shu? I never met them before. Oh, Teehee. Then that must mean their big brothers Zhao Shu answers to immortality. Who could they possibly be? Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Yeah, they're both constantly looking around like they're nervous. They are. Faust believes they are survivors at the library. Survivors? The only one survived the impossible, inevitable, was an insurmountable force. They're the only survivors who may be able to explain that very force. Possibly. Candidate Shu of the Jia family. Zhao Shu didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered. Their testimony rings true. They're both survivors of the place that's suddenly beyond the star of the city before it vanished. It's a shame that we weren't able to procure ourselves an invitation then. Just stumbled upon Limbus company asked Kaguru Barashi, meaning specifically referring to Yoshi's ugliest bitch interaction. Please share it with the class in the FOP server, in the FOP chat. I mean stream chat. He passes. Josh's expressions do not bulge. Anxiety has got to be a foreign concept to the guy. Then, that covers all the continents, it seems. With the first round complete, to all four families who have graced us all. Excuse me! Like Joshua, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Hunglu's sudden interjection roused the room to a rolling chaos of confusion once again. But you? What? I think you might have missed a candidate. What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list. You missed me. Zhao Baoyu of the Jia family. We'll partake in the family hierarchy evaluations. Is this how it ends? Okay, no, thank God. So I gotta speed up because I realized we're 4 hours and 50 minutes in. I think we still have 4 more stages. This has been sent. Isn't that Jalbusho? What's that doing here? And what did he just say? I had a feeling this was going to happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Hark, one and all, and gaze upon a glory. In the 11th hour does the final brand of heroes arrive. He sang. The pretender not with us, huh? I see the guardians wave. Guys, elephant are taking the announcement too well. A large portion of this audience is vociferously expressing the collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by the jaws that have no pen past a certain degree. As myself observed, I realized that chaos once restricted the audience. The candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. Huh? What's going on? I thought Boyu wasn't participating in the hierarch war. That dumbass. Snap your neck clean. Explain yourself. No. Misori told me to grab the sword like my life depended on it and said the exact phrase. Blimey, can't we just... She mentioned to you too, Flip. She told me that if ever significant, we just give him a good beating and be done with. What a throwback. Imagining Sinclair just between both of them holding the sword and be like, no violence. Decorum. Hand them in decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your boy married. Withdraw your name. It isn't too late. No. For who? I'm heading in, father. Very candidate. Boyu of the GF family. Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And what about you, Ryoshu? I'm itching to get shot. They're gonna kill Honlu in front of them and then we're gonna reverse the clock. Need to vent this shitty feeling. Are you sure they're gonna be okay, Faust? This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Faust spoke sternly. I see. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to grow with this? Okay, I guess there's the one. Honlu, Ryoshu and I walked up to the platform. Up close it was much larger, grander and more imposing than we thought it'd be. Entered the fabric threshold. And once we walked past the curtain in this instruction, we saw Zhao Yuchen, Jie Mu, and Zhao Zhang waiting for us inside. I know not when your life began the hedges could have wrought this change of heart. But I see you aspiring to the seat of hierarchs, indeed as I'm more curious. It's been a while, big sister. Has life at Q-Corp be treating you well? I have seen and learned much, as you must have, Baoyu. Now I see your true reason for returning today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this become a knowledge. So you did? Now that you have reviewed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well. Now present the answer you have brought here today. I'm sure it's set for many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to what years they brought. So, I suppose you much better prefer give a straightforward visual demonstration than make you sit for another 1,000-word lecture. Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Our ancestor were able to demonstrate before them his resurrection via Dante's power to show them what that was. Death is but a temporary setback. And a most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be. Oh, she has spider eyes. Yeah, this is more impactful than just cutting his head off, because we know that here, cutting the head off still allows for regeneration as long as the brain is intact. But in this case, his brain just gone. No, animated would be, this is just
Not really animated. I meant like the one we saw in the trailer with actual movement. Yeah. Not crushing out Bibu, but checking if there's anything that we've done so far. Nope.
그래. 이건 인정해야겠네.
Indeed, you have simply demonstrated something. Ryoshu V.
지금까지 나온 참가자 중에서 제일
You were truly the legendary part of today, Boyo. Ah, I see. So the most effective way to do it would be to be killed in front of them, without any room for ambiguity at that.
그렇습니다.
Yes. Then does that mean that one has to make sure that Hong no longer lives? Oh, no need to red bound bush. Remember what we did when we first met? Then Heathcliff, is the implication that you are willing to murder Hong Lu without hesitation? Mate, did you really have to put it like? Verily, I do not wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have. Maybe yes, I should say this is fortunate. However, I seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out the task in an open, swift, and unburdened manner. Now everyone immediately turned to look at. Also, just realized she killed him like as cleanly as part of the Shia, like the assassins of the Shia Association, killed the girl in the 4th chapter. So how would you like to be cut? Where's the fucking Hang? Who's he's working with? Seeing that slicing, hoggling laugh did nothing to distract Ryoshu from her thoughts. Jamu watching silence, motionless in her seat. You have split his brain in half. You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. No, it's got demonstrated. Oh, you? Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore the jade of this family. For your discretions, you will. Clock. Spin it. And so I turned into one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned in. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split open, all begin to reconnect like rewriting a videotape. No, why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshu's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Hong Lu even realized that he was dying. But you really realize it's been a while since we've met. He has grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before we realized what hell was happening. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. The Heisho. Yeah, so this would be the other Heisho one, if we already had it marked. The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death. Not to break the taboo and precipitate the destruction of our home. It has not been long since the family that once led H-Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of the Hongguan again. Jawuchen appeared ready to command the Heisho to kill us all, but Jamu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You will wait. Venerable Jamu, once the resurrection is complete, the head will... We must end this before they... Hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either a treasure and a clue to immortality. And Hong Lu was whole again. Ah, thank you, Ryoshu. That really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. No problem. Grandmother, Big Sis Yanchun. Did you see that? This is the immortality I found. Are you safe? If all beyond a swift venture shall arrive in time, It simply had to return. Jamu's quiet entrance seemed to dissipate the forces that surrounded us outside the curtain.
가주심사 1차 참가자 가보.
Jabo, you're in the first round of the family hierarchy evaluations. You pass. And Bao of the GF family passes. What trickery is this? I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour from Longwell like a jobless rich kid when he managed to find his own answer. Thus ends the first round. Those who pass must now prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Remember, the candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the commencement of the second round of the evaluations. This is your one and only rule. Just remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Jer sang announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing towards the first floor. Getting mixed up with the crowd probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed, let us return to Hong Lu's room. This is a wild tournament. Holy shit, it is a tournament arc. And we decided to split our order before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turn around to leave, stood Jiaoshu in our path. Oh, big brother Chu, congratulations on passing the first round. I hear you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems. I as the Chu, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition toward the seat of the hierarch, suddenly emerges one of its candidates, positively stealing the show. Oh, you know, sometimes people get up by sudden surges of ambition. Isn't that surge of ambition is your company's and not young master's Baoyu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it seems sure like they know us well. Why does Yosh show like it was drawn by the 1/8? Sorry, that's very vague. There's many of those. Have we not impressed upon you that enough that they were to nicely remain within the borders? Instead, it sparks such disorder at the fringes of its perimeters. I had thought that his only role in this design would be to be played by a bond by Zhao Qichin, no more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master. Oh, absolutely, kinda. Are you still of the belief that an action is a path without consequences? I didn't even get to say hello to you before about issue. Baoyu of the Jie family formally extended his greetings to you. I realize that it's the first time really face to face since I reached adulthood. Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch Big Brother Yuhua and Miss Kichang hand back to their bodies? Heathcliff was the first lad of fabric to gasp before the other sinners followed suit. Just as your South siblings of the Hongguang greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Boucher was just a particularly nice exception because she is evil. You ask a question that deserves no answer. You have arrived here unprepared. You're ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come. If your mind hasn't changed, then it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were. Yes, thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom and pensiveness upon your speech is truly intractable. Do I do that? Was mermaid man. Now seeing Churchill hands tied around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in. Oh, in case you forgot,
There's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembers that. If you're going to continue bullies, don't be sad if there are consequences. Otis, you finished the preparations, right? Mm-hmm. The reinforcements are standing at the front gates. Huh? What reinforce? Which is why I'm warning you that taking rash actions prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for the both of us. He reminds me of a one where I stopped reading because of how boring edgy it was. A loud boast from an in the army in an empty forest. Though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality that one should flaunt. I am not intent on fighting you here. Jibao you. You beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities. Yet if he still wishes to challenge and be broken, then perhaps the outcome is simply meant to be. And with that, they turned around us and left us. It seemed that they were only here to give us a warning. What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight Joe showing his extra pack. They did see right for us in the end. But hey, nice teamwork, Otis. What unbelievable impotence. Did you notice how they not even glance at the rest of us for the entire exchange? Zhao Baochai picked up from a pillar before walking up to Hanglu. Evil. You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Bao Yu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't imagine in my wildest dream you participated in the family hierarchy war. Congratulations to you too, big sister Baochai, for passing the first round. Gathering from the facts you hear it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right? Yeah, I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. No, I'm sorry to feel bad. Kind of bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everyone. Hey, don't beat yourself over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you, then I want to say that I'm happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have left Dong Guan so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the higher core. That would have been too bad. Baochai gives off the vibe of someone who runs a Tumblr blog where hopefully could see some real aesthetic, but is actually a rancid human being. Yep. So I'm glad that we got to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if ever run into each other, okay? Baochai left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. Evil. Okay, this and 3 more. You have returned, young master. Yep. Good evening, Shirin. Shirin bound wordlessly in that same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today. Not she appeared to seem concerned about him. A letter has arrived to you, young master Bao Yu. You didn't even try to hide the fact that upload was tampered with, did you? One responsibility was to deliver the letter. To protect integrity was not one of my obligations. Honglu, are you sure she's your maidservant? It's okay, Teehee. She's not wrong. Shirin, can I ask you something? You promised to play a rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere. Oh, when her arm wasn't fucked up. That's... let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master? Shirin, and I learned up to 10. Then he'll be back after 100 nights sleeps. Sleep 10 nights? 10 nights? Then that's 100 nights. Oh, that's so cool. Shirin, you're so smart. It's nothing. It's something we all learned growing up. Shiren slept 10 nights, but I still don't know why Jialing is gone. Did I say young Master Jialing was to return? Hmm? You said you'll be back after 100 nights. Oh, 100 nights is hardly enough, young master. It will take at least 1,000 nights, given what they did to him. I see. You're smart as always, Shiren. Young master, it's been years, but young master is Jialing's body still decaying. He has lost control over half of his body. Even after he was fed the boluses I sent him? I was told to relay that your boluses were useless, young master. The decay reached his brain and overheard the other servants gossiping about it possible to recover from such a wound. The body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact. So give up your naive hope and forget about him. You're always so smart, Shiren. I will now lead the ladder, executive manager. Huh? Oh, yeah, right, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up the front with the ladder in hand. This is from Manager Sod. Hello, everyone. Managed that you managed to pass the first round. I wrote this letter before the news, actually. You wouldn't believe even reading the letter if this... You wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed. The heck? Let's see the celebrations for real. The real game starts in round 2. The other candidates must be making alliances, strategies, and sharing information about the next round. Meanwhile, you guys stumble around, aimless and alone, before you return to your lodging, and here you are now, reading my letter. Is she watching us from some bloody somewhere? But worry not. For your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing, because it'll be messy and continuous, battle after battle. So battle 1, as you always do. It's what you do best, right? Hold on. I would like to go into more details in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely intercepted by someone from the other clans of coalitions. So in order for you to obtain our objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far, your intuition and fearlessness. Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose. Contextual clues suggest that the one purpose implied to become in second or play the golden ball. Well, that wraps everything up. Then, oh, and one last thing. Shameless could rest to decide upon this letter without authorization shall be struck down by the curse of misfortune. The last generation for generations near shall they ever be successful in any endeavor regarding of nature. The bottom part of the letter has been torn off, huh? What a way to end the letter. So does anyone know how to expect in round 2? The letter really didn't help with anything at all. It would be better to learn the exact rules on site than hear them from the organizations themselves. This is likely that our forces already have their eyes and ears on us. Executive manager, there is someone by the door. Right on cue, eh? I don't think that's what this is. Damn it, you grab your weapons, prepare for Despite a rush, the person by the door was none other than Zhao Shichin. She wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now, an interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? So you're just opening your front door to anyone without even checking who knocked? Just like that? I thought we were done talking with... Yes, we can be really headless from time to time. But I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us with the decency to stand hesitant in front of my door wondering if she should knock or not. Earlier in round 1, you had yourself killed in front of Jiamu and Big Sister Yochun, did you not? And revive of them yourself in front of them too, I presume. Right. Why even go that far, huh? What's gotten you, brother? Family hierarch? Really? Why now all of a sudden? I can tell just from that look on your face that you couldn't care less about becoming something like the family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? Shichun, imagine just for the sake of it, what if Go actually isn't to come into first place? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right, totally, heck, I wouldn't buy that either. Anyways, I'm not here to argue or play with you. I'm never ever doing anything like that with you again, brother. It'll be nighttime soon, you know. And your world has been so dark because you barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in. I love how not only did she breed the family for filth they were generally upset about. Yep. Seems like she's warning we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon. Yeah. No way, they're letting you, a sudden of its invariable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us that Ron took Canada prohibited from hurting each other directly? But if you contract someone, there's nothing stopping that. I see. The only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it. Right? They won't interfere as long as Canada are not trying to kill fellow content, literally, with their own hands. So don't trust anyone, even your maidservants. Which he's supposed to... Oh, that's another eyebrow expression. He's supposed to have at least like 5 maidservants from the books, and he only has 1. Thanks for coming here in person, Shichun. Tomorrow, we'll really be enemies. I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow... Shichun stumbled over her own words, trailed off, then turned around and left as though she swallowed by what she wanted to say. When she expressed a wish to visit you herself, I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it. It was highly impenitent of someone of my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but I implore you all know that her choice to come here was not an easy one. I know this question can sound a bit nosy, but are things okay over there? We will face the trial to the best of our abilities. I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow. And I share that sentiment. I wish not to bring harm to them, nor them to us in turn. Well, minus anything's gone as we wished, eh? But Hifkil sounded just as uneasy. The fuck ass robot again. Oh moon, once it waxes and wanes, or water once it fills it overflows. For all light must go out, the night is still. It is time. Sharpen your senses. Hey, there are some no infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use. Anyway, really, as long as they're silent willing to put their mind to it. There was this one time when they suddenly appeared from under my bed. That sounds kinda terrifying. Ryoshu was literally puffing her cigarette as the listeners were looking around the full light suddenly pointed up. Up. Ceiling. Someone just landed above us. Ah, so if they're hiding in the ceiling, there must be more waiting for us just out the door. Hongo spoke casually as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Impressive. You're pretty sharp. The sinners are whipped around and swung the weapons towards her voice, but
Old man? The assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand. Wait, this smells like... Is that salt drinking on the job? Give me a break. I'm an old guy on a night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Yeah, I was going too late. Yeah, this response is expected. Our target's young, messy jailbird. Let's kill him quickly and call it a night. With that, the enemies... Holy shit, that's a lot of people. The enemies began flooding into the room. Oh, good design. Furtive Powwow was silent. Damage taken. Plus 10%. Plus 20%. Prioritizes Hong Lu. Okay, so they... Yup. They are going for him. Why is G-Corp Gregor here? Oh, because I forgot I had selected someone to use as a support.
이런 패배는 상정한 적 없습니다.
Did I already use him more times than I can? Yeah, seems like it. Okay. Rodion.
잠깐, 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요. 의외로
급행
연구.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
급행 주문이
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
어머, 부탁드려요.
What's Limbus company opinion will you get like this?
최선을 다해보지. 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않는다는 사람 누구야?
Gene synergy. Genie.
사기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
Wait, no, that's Otis. This is real shit.
방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸.
Still disheveled, drunk, old man assassin. This is the easiest activation of the trap core. Yeah. I'm going to eat. Good night, everyone. Oh, good night, Barb. Take care. I doubt. Wait, no, there's still 2 more stages after this. Hopefully, there won't be that much that you miss, but I'll just DM you the VOD anyway. So you can watch if you like. I really took more time than I wanted to take.
방금껏 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아오면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸.
개체 제압.
가청. 숨통 끊기.
Still think the Heisho pack animations are so fucking cool.
이걸로 충분히 너한테
이러고 치르면 지금이야. 사는 사람 있거든. 혼자만 스타일. 방금껏 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아오면 맥주.
No actual old man on the field, kinda sad.
승리를 위해서를.
아직 죽지 마라. 가청. 죽어.
Please let the next one just be combat and no dialogue, because it only means 1 more, and then we're done.
살아있는
Yes.
좋은 공간이 됐고.
Only combat, no speaking.
내가 필요해? 잠깐, 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
They're asking me to specifically use them, so I guess I should do this.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
최선을 다해보지. 방금 벌레 말을 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
전투응대 나서. 저놈을 쏴!
사기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
Look at this pride.
아까처럼
It's so fun that out of like all of the status, Poise is the one that can the most easy make long chains of its own thing because of pride resonance.
돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
타겟 포착.
너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
Wave dash? No, wave slash.
방금까지 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
타겟 포착. 1시간.
Good. One was head.
처음으로 승부는 튀었던 순간을
Two heads. Good.
지금
He survived with 1 HP.
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 깨어져라.
Why are you minus for? Oh yeah, right. Regular fucking God Captain Ishmael moment.
전투 응대에 나서
First one was tails. That means the second one has to be reds. But she did not kill. We're just gonna ignore that.
영원한 참으로 인도하지.
적의 일격에 우리 아군이 심하게 다친 모양이야. 버틸 수 있겠어?
Yeah, no issues. No one almost died.
전투 응대는 성공적.
Okay, this is 817.
이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
So this, in theory, should be the last one.
고래를 향해
지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요. 지위를 받는
허점해두지.
주인놈 실장
피가 범람할 시간이요. 망설임 없이.
대어내겠습니다.
수금할 시간이야. 수금할.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
그게 이 검이 필요하오.
Unless this for some reason goes up to like 25, would be incredibly cursed. Maui, what? Still working on it. It seems we're continually underestimated by our foes. Shihua made the same mistake. You didn't seriously think I would be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Ah, wow, pipe down. You give me an early hangover. And don't compare us to the little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you? Be careful with this. His competent capabilities are a league beyond that of his companions. So that's why he sure of himself. I see. Identify your name and allegiance. Really? If we could tell me all of that just as nicely, working this line of business? I think no name or obligation to give you, friend. Though I have a name to give. I have a title the others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up one or two after surviving for so long. He who emerges with a liquor bottle, only to fade into the night to a shadow. The world has deigned to call him the night drifter of the drunken palm. Oh, it is a boss. Stagger. What? So he recovers and then gets SP10? Or speed 10? Wait, what the fuck is swig? Swig, mass stacks 5, and then the 3 stacks heal 3%. 5 stacks. So I don't want him to swig. He's gonna swig regardless. Okay, so I want secure attack to offset this.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Yeah, I need to kill those tinier guys. He's hitting us with a fucking stick of all things. Low-key kind of fucked. Because there's so many coins. good Superbia. No, I don't have enough. Yeah, I just gotta try to kill another one. Is it automatically game over because he's dead?
아군들이 보내졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
We're fighting the old man, and he one-tapped Tonglu pretty much. Also, my sinners are rolling like dog water.
적의 인격에 우리 아군이 심하게 다친 거야. 버틸 수 있겠어? 이봐, 괜찮나?
I think I need to restart this stage, so I probably won't even need to rewatch.
아군들이 보내졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
They are such high SP and yet still marked as struggling.
전투응대에 나서
Yeah, no, I definitely need to raise everyone's level.
사냥 실패다.
Yeah, I think I know what I need to do. Also, I just realized, but I really like that I can see. So this is B Corp, and you can see the town, the carnival, then the town again, and then the checkup drop area, then the block thing, and then the palace that we're now in.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
Yeah. Faust is the one here, so drinking, asking if his man, telling us not underappreciating him.
숫자로 우리를 전복시킬 수 있...
꼴 아프게 소리 지르기는 사신의 사고 뭉치하고 비교하면 마음이 좀 아프.
조심하세요, 오티스. 저자는 동행한 자들과는 전투력에서 큰 차이를 보입니다.
혼자서 여유를 부릴 이유가 있다. 소속과 이름을
이 바닥에서 그런 걸 의보낼 사람이 있겠어? 될 이름이다. 그렇게 오래 살아오니 멋대로 붙여 한 손에는 술병을 들고
He who emerges with a liquor bottle only to fade into the nightly shadow, the world has deemed to call him the night drifter of the drunken palm.
최선을 다해보자. 방금 벌레 말을 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Dunker Road. Good.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳. 파도, 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하자. 마음껏 공격해보자고.
He's so close to staggering. HP not drop before 1. What the fuck? True decapitation death blow. Oh shit, he survived! Wait, but that means we won't get to see the like decapitation thing that I wanted to show earlier. Better than dying, I guess. Why can't Flora couch of roll heads? What is wrong with this eagle? Also, yeah, Hongul is just gonna get decapitated anyway here, so you're gonna see it again. Because I don't kill him in time. Or do I kill him in time? Wait. Shit! Oh no, he still gets decapitated, I guess. The answer to this battle really was turn 1 by deception. You're next. And the last one. If he gets off because he got Honglu's head, and because of that we can't resurrect him since he's running off with the head, I swear to God.
How strange and confident you are for someone who has failed to protect her master. He doesn't know that sinners can come back from the dead. Wow. Now that I can young Bowel's life, I shall clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain. Real shame. Had he studied under my tutelage, he coulda almost matched me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. And after a brief break, I revived the dead sinners. Just who could have possibly sent him? Could be the Jiao Shu bloke from earlier. You saw the way he was glowering at the rich boy. He wasn't the one dragging daggers or Honglungu, however. Oh, it's the depressed expression again. Oh, are you alright? If your brain's feeling funny, ask him to turn the clock again. No, it's just that this feels new to me. Whenever I was attacked in here, this building never felt so infinitively vast. But now that I'm here with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive. And that's funny how? Oh. Guess he's saying that he's happy we got his back, to paraphrase. There's still more!
그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 거 틀림없는 사실이죠.
5 hours.
떠나기 전 요아차를 다렸는데 드시겠습니까?
Young master, I have brewed some new wort here. We will imbibe some before departing. No way, Honglu. Remember what the envelope we received yesterday was torn open? Refuse it. I'm okay. I'll have some tea, Shiren. Thank you. Yes, young master. Honglu sips Shiren's tea. Hey, the tea could be poisoned. I know we have Dante here, but we're being too reckless. I wasn't being reckless at the kind of having Dante around. And if I was, it would have been poisoned. I would have been needlessly hurting Dante in the process. I just... Even she becomes a lot less friendly. Shiren's still Shiren, so I thought it would be okay. That's when I realized that Shiren's odd change of character was reminiscent of those we've seen earlier in the backsheet of this Tate. Shiren went through a lot of revivals, didn't she? Yes, she's my closest maidservant, so she was on the most expensive version of life insurance. So when you say Shiren's still Shiren's, you mean that her memories are intact? Yep. Life insurance doesn't actually decay on memory. But still, you slowly erode away. Like a stone weathering merciless gusts and rainstorms, the memory shrinks and shrinks, slowly losing its definition, until the form itself is lost. It only leaves the faint sensation that the stone was once there, until it was no more. But I hope the faint sensation remains a warm remembrance to Shiren at least. Shiren quietly cleared away the tea said. We could not tell if she heard Honglu or if she cared at all if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the Pelican that was waiting to take us to this round 2 venue. Our man shouted to meet your foes in deadly war. Normally, most sinners will auto voted for being overdramatic, but today they were listening intently to her every word. We already had several close run-ins with the candidates and their factions, and even the most formidable Heisho back. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was time to take her seriously. We must first learn as much as possible about our primary foe, the one who poses the greatest threat, if you will, and that is Xiao Shu. So unless everything we learn about the individual so far. Well, we know that he has no problem with blooding his own hands. Remember how he grabbed those decapitated heads? And we know that he tries to ensure that both our team and Shichun's would participate in the Femre Hierarch War. We are also aware that he's flanked by Zulu, our mighty Heisho, and Zigong, a strategist. And it seems like he wasn't the one who sent the assassins from last time too, right? Yeah, we know that he's definitely wary of us, so we should stay on guard. As we all know by now, Dongguan isn't led by four ancient and great houses. He's led by four ancient and great houses: the Jia, the Shi, the Shui, and the Wang. Ever since the time before my own birth, this place was a den of political intrigue, a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death. Today, the Jia family holds most of the power and influence amongst the four. Which means that I was atop of the world, afforded life luxuries and leisure, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to inspire to attain. But Big Brother Chiu, he was beneath even the rock bottom of the same world. Rock bottom? A metaphor for what, perhaps? If it isn't, then I presume it's implying that someone pushed Jiu to the depths. Yes, many hands pushed him towards the cliff, until there was no more room for him to back up to, until his only remaining choice was to plummet. And Brother Chu is the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family. Yeah, his surname surely was Jia, was it not? His mother was from the Kong family. Ah, how? My head was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff. I don't think you're the kind of person to do something like that, Honglu. No need to make excuses for me. Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother and the elders' favoritism. He looks like Blade, I just realized. And where there's a zenith, there's always a nadir. Hidden? Heine won't let me get away from it, so I'm going to accept it. Hong Lu remained placid through the entire review, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact, watch out for the ones working through the tomb too. It was worse to appear more irritated than he was. The thumb? Oh, the walking brick shit house from earlier? Lei Hang. You were really worried, Ryosha. Don't you usually just... It's because it's powerful. Silence descended in the palanquin. Has Ryosha ever called anyone straight up powerful before? No one replied. Wait a fucking minute. This is one of the... This is the Bina background. Linda, are you? We have arrived at the venue for the second round of the evaluation. We found ourselves at some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside. Some contestants were already rising on those lifts, but most of them elected to remain here down quietly and furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we're slowly getting used to our presence, drawing the attention of every single person in the room the moment we entered. Contestants must now board their lifts and ascend. Well then, should we get going too? I feel like we're drawing too much attention, so let's... But we were stopped by a voice calling us. Big brother by you. It's them, non-gendered. Also, this OST is different.
They also have a black name tag. Ah, W. Have you been well? I'd seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Honglu's memories. Oh, so these are her. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. But now she looked at him without a discernible emotion, a spear in the same hand.
네가 가주대전에 참여하게 될 줄은
Theo, I didn't think you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war.
잊으셨나요, 오라버니? 예나 지금이나 저희 집안은 누군가의 밑에 있어야만 건사를 차지했어요.
Have you forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we're in the service of the greater houses? I am but a blade serving a clan from the Shua family. I see. For big sister's Bao Chai's family. Wait, that. Okay, noted. Yes. I'll be fighting in the service of others to the last of my days. Deo? Honglu took a step towards her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, but a gesture that carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Honglu to a stop. Resoluteness.
나는 곧 대관원을 떠날 거야. 어르신들께서 세상에 나가 좀 더 많은 걸 경험하고 오라 하셨거든.
Deo, I'll be departing Dongguan Huan soon. The elders have commanded me to live here and experience more of the world.
떠난다고요? 대관원을?
You're leaving Dongguan Huan? So leave me now. Still refusing to illuminate me the truths about that day. I mean, not yet. I'm waiting. So far, they just seem to be like suffering, but I'm still waiting for them to go through much worse if it's going to be book accurate. Why? Why won't you just stop smiling like that? Then I hope you never come back here again. We shared an intimate bond once, yet all is for naught. Now I'm bound by the heavens, I'm bound by the dirt. Still lies this heart of mine now, with emptiness wrought. A blossom may be lovely now, but its wilting shape sharpens the blade of woe, the blade of her. Are you getting Night of Despair, like ego vibes? Our meeting should have never come to pass. You always say things are so difficult and saddening to hear. My own funeral was held long ago, and now, having met you for the final time, when we meet our ends here, they will each become a long thread of formless smoke, to be scattered to the winds. With that, they all walked away from us. It looked like I forgot to introduce her to everyone. She's someone with whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess her reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances, as she has come here in service of another candidate. Means I'll be enemies the next time we meet. Yi-san trailed off without vocalizing the sentiment and sighed. Connections are such fickle things after all. Honglu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift enclosed by 4 pillars. The rift lays ploddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates still waiting for the lift, looking up at us. The candidates whose fate may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. Yabayo! Oh, it's the crazy guy. You will never leave this place alive, no matter what it takes. I'll cut off your head no matter what it takes. Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift does not stop. Down Honglu. Are we to battle villains henceforth in this quest? But then, we're the villains. Then are they evil ones in their eyes? Then are they the evil ones in their eyes? It's a distinction without a difference. Well, whichever is the case, I'm pretty sure that trying to draw a clear line between enemies and allies won't mean much. It seems that we finally arrive at a destination as the lift slowed down. We were greeted by a sight that at first glance appeared as though it belonged outside, but was still within the confines of Hongguan. This is going to be a battle royale, and this is the stage. The old remnants of the remnants of the previous H-Corp wing that was beset by the Arbiter. Underneath the blue sky were two metal gates leading to a massive looming structure. Red light flickered ominously around the building. Looks like they decorated this huge place to look like the outside. I can't even fathom how much money they've poured into this project. Family hierarchy evaluations round 2. A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz. Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut. Oh, I finally recognize where we are. You've been here before. This place is the site of the former H-Corp that was headed by the Kong family, Teehee. So I was right. This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we'll be spilling fresh blood over them today. We're surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Is Honglu smiling still, as he always has since our first meeting? I turn around to face him, only to see a much younger Honglu. The deep sorrow in his child's eyes was about to overflow as if he was ready to burst into tears. There's still so much. I did clear everyone with EX though, right? EX. Okay, good. Every single one was EX and I need to do them again. So, all things considered, let me open the thing again. I'm pretty sure this one is impossible now. The 2-in-1 theory. That is, I'm pretty sure it is. So that's never going to be marked. Yeah, no, I think these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna mark the grandma one because no, I don't want to be insincere. I'm gonna leave it half marked. So these are the ones we have marked so far. And for the bingo, it doesn't seem like everyone has reached. But nevertheless, thank you everyone for stopping by and watching stream. And I'll see you guys next week when the next part is out. Take care.